House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Fartuna Abdurrahman, Community College of Denver, and Aziza Abdurrahman from South High School, Denver, guest of Representative Ricks, House District 40.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon. Here. Barone. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brooks. Brown. Caldwell. Camacho. Carter. Clifford. DeGraff is excused. Duran. English. Espinoza. Foray. Froelich. Flanell. Now Froelich. I don't think Froelich. She is? Oh, yeah. Garcia. Garcia Sander. Gilchrist. Goldstein. Gonzalez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Jackson. Johnson. Joseph. Kelty. Leader. Lindsay. Luck. Lukens. Mabry. Marshall. Representative Marshall.
Excused.
Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. Wynn. Pascal. Phillips. Richardson. Ricks. Rutinel. Ryden. Sirota. Slaw. Smith. Representative Smith is excused. Soper. Stuart K. Stuart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Tatone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco. Weinberg. Wilford. Representative Wilford. No, excused. Winter. Woodrow. Representative Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
Members, we have 60 present and 5 excused. We do have a quorum. Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 26th of 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Excellent. Members, you have heard the motion. The motion before us is the adoption of the journal as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes really do have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we will stand in a 5-minute recess before beginning our work. The House is in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, we have a big day ahead of us. We are going to start with announcements and introductions. Looks like we have a few. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to recognize that we have the Class 17 of the Colorado Ag Leadership Program in the building today to learn about the process, how they can better bridge the rural-urban divide. They were the ones that put on the Colorado Ag Forum yesterday. We have them over here, so if you have time, please come say hi to them and ask them why their passion is to be involved in this program and what they are doing to help bridge this divide and educate Colorado.
Thank you. Representative Gilchrist. Members, can I have your attention to the well, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask for a brief moment of personal privilege.
So granted.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment to honor a fellow Coloradan we lost on February 17th. Kate Coakley-Vitt, a proud Coloradan, was tragically killed in the recent avalanche in Tahoe. An avalanche that claimed 9 lives and the deadliest in California's modern history. Her loss has been felt deeply and has left a hole in our hearts and of all those who knew her. Kate was an adventurous steward of nature. She lived with a spirit that matched the mountains she loved. She was quietly relentless, deeply graceful, and always warm. She found joy in the outdoors, in adventure, in fresh air, and wide open skies. But more than that, she found joy in people. The group of women who died on the mountain that day were all mothers, wives, dear friends, and all who connected through the love of the outdoors. Our families have been close for many years. When my younger brother arrived at Boston College, Kate, then a student there, took him and his friends under her wing. She welcomed them, guided them, and made them feel at home. My brother described Kate as the kind of person who you walk away from smiling. Your day was made better by being around her. Kate moved through life with great joy and gratitude, and she lived it fully. She was a devoted mom to 2 young boys, a loving wife to her husband Jeff, an incredible sister to her brother Chris, and a cherished daughter to her parents and our dear friends, Peter and Pam. She was woven deeply into the lives of so many. Her wonderful family members remain in our prayers as they muster the courage to manage through this unimaginable loss. In the face of such tragedy, it's impossible to understand how a young, vibrant life could be taken from us so quickly. When someone dies, the one thing we all wish for is more time. We can honor Kate by making the most of the time we have, never taking the people in our lives for granted. Holding our loved ones tight, we will remember you, Kate. Thank you.
We are so sorry for your loss. Members, I have an announcement. Representatives Brown, Sirota, Taggart, and Clifford are excused at such time as necessary for the Joint Budget Committee and Capitol Building Advisory Committee meetings today. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1002, 1005 as amended, 1026, and 1051 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1033 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and House Bill 1132 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1054 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1135 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1141 be amended as followed, and also amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1094 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1007 is amended, 1081 is amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 1226 be amended as followed and also amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1121 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1048 is amended and 1077 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1110 be amended as followed and also amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports the
Printing
following.
report will be printed in the Journal. Delivery of bills to the Governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House.
Delivery of bills to the Governor will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Joint Resolution 1017 until Monday, March 2nd.
Seeing no objection, House Joint Resolution 1017 will be laid over until Monday, March 2nd. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1019.
House Joint Resolution 1019 by Representative Ricks, also Senator Judah, concerning the recognition of Caregiving Youth Day.
Representative Ricks.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that House Joint Resolution 261019 be read at length.
Representative Ricks, I do need for you to move
I
the
move-
resolution
Okay,
first.
sorry, Madam Speaker. Let me start again. I move House Joint Resolution 1019 and ask that it be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas caregiving youth are children and adolescents under 18 years old who provide primary or secondary care to a family member or loved one of any age who has a chronic illness, frailty of aging, disability, mental health condition, or other health-related need requiring regular assistance. And whereas it is estimated that more than 6 million caregiving youth nationwide provide essential care while also balancing school, extracurricular activities, employment, sibling care, and their own physical, emotional, and social development. And whereas the most recent data from the Healthy Kids Colorado survey shows that 12.3% of high schoolers and 20.4% of middle schoolers identify as caregivers, with as many as 31.03% of children shouldering caregiving responsibilities in some districts. And whereas caregiving youth often perform adult-level responsibilities, including personal care, medication management, household tasks, emotional support, and care coordination, frequently without formal recognition or support. And whereas caregiving youth are at increased risk of academic challenges, absenteeism, stress, anxiety, substance misuse, and social isolation, yet remain largely underidentified and underserved within education, healthcare, and social service systems. And whereas caregiving youth contribute significantly to the stability and well-being of their families and communities, often at great personal sacrifice, and must navigate difficult situations that are no fault of their own. And whereas increasing awareness of caregiving youth is essential to promoting early identification, appropriate accommodations, trauma-informed supports, and improved outcomes for these young people. And whereas February 20th, 2026 is designated as Caregiving Youth Day, and Colorado will formally observe Caregiving Youth Day on February 27th, 2026 at the Colorado State Capitol. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that February 20th, 2026 is hereby recognized as Caregiving Youth Day in Colorado, with official observance taking place on February 27th, 2026. That the General Assembly honors and recognizes caregiving youth across Colorado for their compassion, resilience, and contributions to their families and communities. That the General Assembly honors and recognizes caregiving youth as an underserved and underrecognized population deserving of increased awareness, understanding, and support. That educators, school districts, healthcare providers, policymakers, and community organizations are encouraged to identify caregiving youth and consider appropriate accommodations, resources, and trauma-informed supports. And Colorado supports continued research, data collection, and collaborative initiatives to better understand and respond to the needs of caregiving youth.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. You can take your seats. Okay. Today we are recognizing Caregiving Youth Day, which is in honor of all of the caregiving youth in Colorado. It is estimated that there are more than 6 million caregiving youth nationwide that carry these responsibilities. And these kids are often not identified or supported by the systems meant to serve them. In Colorado, some school districts have as many as 31% of the children shouldering caregiving responsibilities in one way or another. This causes many of them to struggle academically and emotionally. These young people often feel that they're unduly burdened by stress and isolation, despite the incredible resilience and compassion they demonstrate every day as caregivers. This resolution recognizes the formal observance of Caregiving Youth Day on today, February 27th, 2026, here at the Capitol. It acknowledges the caregiving youth as unrecognized and underserved populations, encouraging greater awareness and support from educators, healthcare providers, and policymakers. By acknowledging these caregiving youth, reaffirm that their contributions matter. No child should feel invisible and alone while taking on adult responsibilities, nor should they have to choose between caregiving and learning. And I respectfully ask for your support on this resolution. As my guest today in the House, would you guys all stand? We have Ms. Nadine Cornish, who actually is out of my district, and she represents a group that is called Caregiving Alliance for Caregiving Youth, and is a new group that was founded within the last couple years. But she has been really working with to support these youth, and these are people, like we say, that are across our state. They're adolescents. They're quietly providing the care for family members or guardians or serious medical conditions. So these are like young people who are forced to get into adulthood, supporting the people who should be taking care of them. And so we want to recognize them. They manage their medication, provide personal care, support for their families emotionally, and they keep their households running. So while still attending school and still learning how to navigate the world around them. Please give them a hand. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on February 27th. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1019. Please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bradley and Luck. Bradley and Luck are excused. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1019 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on February 27th, 2026 at 9:41 a.m. House Bill 1144, House Bill 1133, and House Bill 1051.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, February 27th at 9:41 a.m. Representative Lukens.
Madam Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole for consideration of special orders.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1144.
House Bill 1144 by Representatives Gilchrist and Basenecker, also Senators Sullivan and Wallace, concerning measures to prohibit the use of three-dimensional printing to manufacture firearms.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1144 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Judiciary Committee, we adopted one amendment which clarified some pieces around intent. That amendment was adopted by the committee. It was L001. And we move L003 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L003 strikes the possession provisions in the bill. The amendment ensures that no one will face any liability for mere possession of files, and it specifies the distribution section that a person shall not knowingly offer to sell or shall not distribute digital instructions. And then it lowers the penalty for a person who unlawfully distributes digital firearm instructions to a civil infraction. And we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move L009 as a substitute amendment to L003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. L9 is properly displayed. Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this substitute of the amendment makes a clean strike of possession, so we are protecting our First Amendment right. What this means is that someone cannot be penalized should someone send them a blueprint, directions, or possess information on how to use these 3D printers for a firearm direction. This will make sure that if they have the possession, they are not being penalized. Because we know when the government comes in and says what we're allowed or not allowed to possess, that starts to be an infringement not only on our constitutional right, but our freedom to distribute or have information. Information is power, and we should all be very concerned when we're told what information we are allowed or not allowed to have. This is a clean strike at the possession to ensure our First Amendment, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this amendment. We agree halfway, in as much as our amendment does strike the possession pieces from the bill. However, this amendment would also strike the dissemination of those plans provisions. It would only retain the prohibition on 3D printing of firearms and firearm components. We respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. We feel that our amendment takes a very tailored approach in as much as we recognize that possession is not something we should contemplate in the bill for a number of reasons, but the dissemination of plans is still a major problem for our state in terms of public safety, and they really can only be used for one purpose. It's not as if disseminating these plans is to build a blender or a household device. The dissemination of these plans is for one purpose alone, and that is for the creation of firearms that are illegal in the state of Colorado as they are unregistered. So we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsor Speaker Pro Tem. When we're talking about dissemination of information, though, this could very much impugn or make someone criminal because they receive this information and now they are possession of it. We need to make sure we are protecting the freedom of information without hurting those who might receive this or want to have it on them because it could be for historical. It could be because they want to know more about what's going on. And honestly, it very much concerns me if we're going to say what can or can't be spread or what can or cannot be held in someone's state of possession.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L9 as a substitute amendment to L3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L9 fails. to Amendment L3. Is there any further discussion? Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the delay. I move L025 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Rep. Richardson, is L025 a substitute amendment
Yes,
to,
as a substitute amendment
to L3?
to
Okay.
L3.
L25 as a substitute amendment to L3 is properly displayed. Rep. Richardson.
Nope. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors. This amendment would account for the fact that all these pieces, parts, and components of firearms that are, excuse me, may ever be in the possession of people manufactured or even have the plans thereof. I think it's just very important that we recognize we've got so many other offenses that are similar to and already codified that for this bill strikes essentially all the criminal side of this and just allows the Attorney General to bring action in the name of the state in the form of an injunction, either permanent or temporary, for any of these actions, if necessary. Thank you.
Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would ask for a no vote on this. We believe that the current penalties in the bill are appropriate.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in opposition to this amendment. From 24, line 24, 27, it states page 4 of the bill, line 12, strike model, and then substitute model that may be used to program a three-dimensional printer or a CNC milling machine to manufacture or produce a firearm or firearm component. Let me say that again. And substitute model that may be a model that may be used to program a three-dimensional printer or a CNC milling machine to manufacture or produce a firearm or firearm component. Let that sink in for a second. You're choosing intent. You have no idea if someone wants what they want these models for, or what these plans are for. Just because you own a 3D printer and you have a CNC machine, you have plans for doing that. A plan isn't an action. It's nothing until you actually put it to an action and you actually create that component or the firearm. That is giving intent to, or guessing someone's intent before they even do it. That's making them guilty before they even actually do anything. So now you're trying to put law on someone's intent, someone's thought process. You don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what they're going to do. This right here this could affect kids who are downloading things. I mean, a lot of people have 3D printers right now. And you're making criminals of people who are just going to have just plans that they can download from a game, online, they can download from a favorite website, anything at all. This is far too broad, and this right here will actually cause far more harm than good. This is overreach. This is the definition of government overreach. Going into people's homes and saying, we are going to tell you what you will and will not do. In matter of fact, we know what you're thinking, so we're going to make you guilty on that. That's absurd to me. This entire amendment, if not, let alone just this portion of it, makes the entire amendment bad. I mean, I can't believe we're at the state that we're in right now. This is ridiculous. Please vote no.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Representative. An interesting take on what I had proposed, but if I could just return to the bill and what is amended in the portion we were just discussing. I do have concerns, and I should have expressed them a little more clearly, that up above what we're identifying as a Class 5 felony are digital instructions, code in the form of computer-aided design files or other code or instructions stored and displayed in an electronic format as a digital model. Those can be used just to show a 3D rotating view of a part on a screen. This piece down below that was just discussed clarifies that these are actually what the bill was supposedly about, which was the instructions that could be used to manufacture such a part by feeding them into a device like a CNC machine. So this, as written in the bill, prevents having a picture on your computer screen, just a design that you could look at that doesn't necessarily translate into information that could be used by a CNC machine, and really broadens what could be felonious behavior to just looking at a machine part. So I would recommend a yes vote on this amendment.
Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I would like to point out a couple of things. First of all, that we started off with agreeing, at least halfway agreeing, which is a pretty good step to agreeing, at least if it's just halfway. Granted, that was on a different amendment, but this amendment, kind of the same thing, right? Is that we're in agreement for part of it, but we just want to ensure that we're not taking it too far. And my colleague is very thoughtful, very careful in his approaches to ensure that this is not completely stripping the intent, I believe, of what the sponsors want, but just making sure that we're just not taking it, that extra piece, just too far, to where we're criminalizing something that is just not, that's not at the heart of the discussion. So I would ask for consideration of this amendment and in support of this very thoughtful amendment.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also standing up here in support of my colleague's amendment here. I think it's a very good amendment. Reasonable amendment for sure. I just find it hard to comprehend that we are basically outlawing a picture. This doesn't really, it doesn't even put into account the production of that picture on the screen. And not just that, it's really taking away the artistic aspect of a person's nature, what we think of, and it's just another step forward to taking away art, taking away our imaginations, our something that we can actually improve in life, that can help people in life. I'm not saying this bill does that specifically, or this amendment would help in that, but that's something that really worries me, that we're taking this to another, that we might take this to another level, and this amendment would help with that. So just to have that into the back of our heads, into consideration, to be able to continue our artistic views and be able to create new pathways, new ways, and it's just pictures. They're just pictures. They're not really doing anything at this moment. So I really do urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I want to speak. I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. Okay, well, I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L25 as a substitute amendment to L3. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L25 fails. To Amendment L3, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the Judiciary Committee report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to present House Bill 261144 regarding the three-dimensional printing of firearms and illegal firearm parts. First, I want to thank Speaker Pro Tem for joining me on this important bill and all the incredible work he's done leading up to this point. Over the past few years, 3D printing technology has grown far more affordable, advanced, and accessible. As a result, 3D printed firearms pose a growing and rapidly evolving threat to the safety of the people of Colorado. This is because, like other kinds of ghost guns, 3D printed firearms lack serial numbers, so they are untraceable and require no background check. This makes 3D printing technology particularly attractive to bad actors, like gun traffickers, because they can print dozens of firearms and avoid raising alarms. In 2023, Colorado enacted essential legislation to ban ghost guns, which included a specific prohibition on 3D printing of frames and receivers. This bill provides a necessary expansion to that law. While our existing law prohibits 3D printing of frames and receivers, which are the core building blocks of most firearms, the law does not explicitly prohibit the 3D printing of firearms themselves. Therefore, expanding beyond frames and receivers to firearms in this bill ensures it's illegal to print any firearm, including rudimentary, uncommon designs that don't have traditional frames or receivers. This might feel like a minor technical concern, but this is a gap in our statute that threatens the safety of all Coloradans, and we urge a yes vote today.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I also want to thank Rep. Gilchrist and really for the pleasure to work on this legislation with her. I wanted to just touch on a few other pieces in 1144 that merit mentioning. Not only does this bill close an important gap in our existing ghost gun law, it also prohibits the digital distribution of instructions that can be used to program a 3D printer or CNC milling machine to manufacture or produce a firearm or firearm component. And let me just be clear, the production of those firearms would immediately be an unserialized firearm in the state of Colorado. These prohibitions, however, do not apply to a federally licensed firearm manufacturer, and as we intend to amend in a moment, they would also not apply to a technical college like Trinidad, where this work is being done for the instruction of students and for other purposes. This is simply a common sense update to existing law, not a new restriction on responsible gun owners. It has been illegal in our state to have an unserialized firearm since the passage of Senate Bill 279, where we gave a reasonable runway for folks to register and serialize those firearms upon the passage and implementation of that bill. I also believe that this is a bipartisan issue of law and order, ensuring that bad actors can't use technology to evade background checks and serialization laws. There have been several instances and unfortunate examples of how advancements in 3D printing have threatened the safety of Coloradans in our state. The Club Q shooter, who fatally shot 5 people and wounded 19 others with firearms built using primarily ghost gun components, had begun building 3D printing guns the year before the shooting. The shooter had spent tens of thousands of dollars on 3D printers being used to make firearms. And in March of 2025, law enforcement recovered hundreds of 3D printed rapid-fire devices and multiple 3D printed firearms from an extensive operation in Colorado Springs. 2 men were arrested for allegedly shipping rapid-fire devices across the country. Colorado is a leader in gun violence prevention and gun safety, and we should continue to support responsible, modernized gun safety laws. So we ask for your support today. Of course, we look forward to the debate and the discussion that we're going to have. And with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L04 to House Bill 1144 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L4 is properly displayed. Rep. Basenecker. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L004 expands the exceptions beyond FFLs to also instructors or students in an accredited gunsmithing program, and we ask for a aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't normally filibuster my own amendments, but I do have a colleague for whom this amendment is very important and something that we've continued to make sure we incorporate into this space. There is a technical college in Trinidad for whom this amendment is very important, and we think it is a reasonable amendment to be able to include in this bill. I'm going to hand it over to one of my colleagues to make sure that we fully understand the depth of this amendment, and I have no doubt that my good colleague from Delta County will be able to do that well.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love a good old-fashioned bipartisan filibuster. I do have some questions about the amendment for the sponsors, just in full clarity. So if I'm a FFL and I'm manufacturing a firearm using a 3D printer, would this amendment allow that to occur?
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my good colleague. Actually, the bill as it's drafted allows that to happen. So the prohibition does not apply to FFLs. So if you have a firearm manufacturer in the state of Colorado that uses that technology or a CNC milling machine or something that is, I think we broadly define it as additive or subtractive to the process, and you're an FFL, you could continue to do what you do today.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And don't go too far. I have another clarifying question just to make sure that we fully understand this. So in terms of a gunsmithing school, the way I see this worded, it talks about the instructor or student. So I would interpret that to mean that in the educational setting that both parties would be able to manufacture a firearm or a firearm component part using a 3D printer or a CNC milling machine.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, to my good colleague. Yes, that is true. And actually, the bill as it's crafted would not prohibit an individual who has a 3D printer from printing a firearm part, like a muzzle brake, for example. That is still allowable under the bill. You would just be prohibited as a private citizen who is not a part of one of these programs or is not an FFL from prohibiting from printing the frame receiver, or as we also include in this bill, the firearm, to accommodate for some of those designs that are non-traditional. But in this, in the context of this amendment, you would be allowed to use that technology for those educational purposes, understanding that a lot of these folks are going to someday work for those same firearm manufacturers, and there should be a pathway to those careers.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in full clarity, what's the parts that really would be prohibited? So, I mean, we talk about the frame and the receiver, but there are certain component parts that are not a firearm. I mean, such as like the grip or the stock.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give you a hybrid answer. So in part, Senate Bill 23279 has the definitions. And in this bill, then, we pull in the definition of firearm more broadly, as well as firearm components, which would include large capacity magazines, rapid fire devices like switches or sears, and then I think that's it. So, thank you.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on behalf of a very good colleague, because I've had the privilege of going down to Trinidad a couple of times, this is a very good amendment. It's going to be crucial for Trinidad College, where this gunsmithing program not only benefits the program, but helps to add financial benefit to the rest of the community and the institution. Strongly urge a yes vote, because this is something that's been stakeholder heard from Trinidad, been worked, and we're listening to the community. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L4 passes. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1144? Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L023 and ask that be properly displayed.
One moment. L23 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This clarifies that the bill does not apply to non-functioning firearms or firearm components. This was a question raised in committee, so we wanted to make sure it was clear that the prohibitions in the bill only apply to 3D printing of potentially functional firearms and firearm components, and this amendment serves to make that clarification. And I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really appreciated the discussion in committee on this piece. Specifically, there was questions and testimony related to cosplay, prop guns, costumes, et cetera. This would make it clear that the bill does not prohibit the utilization of those prop and toy guns for those purposes. So we ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L013 as a substitute amendment and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. L13 is properly displayed. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I know this is very similar to the amendment that the sponsors are offering, but I believe it's a little more specific to what we're talking about. To say that this section does not prohibit the manufacture, distribution of a 3D printed or CNC milled non-functioning firearm that lacks a barrel, receiver, or firing pin, and that the purpose for which is for theatrical performance, role play, or is artwork. The definition in the sponsors about potentially non-functional and the functionality there. There are always questions about what can happen even to a piece of artwork, something where a barrel has been filled in, for example, but later could be milled out. So if you're talking about the potential functionality, then it still catches up the artwork, the theatrical play guns, water guns, and we just want to make sure that we are not saying that, well, because something potentially could have a function later on, because someone now has altered what otherwise was designed for, art or performance, that we're going to ban that. So I fear that the sponsors' version of this amendment, in fact, still bans the artwork type guns, the theatrical guns. And that's why I believe we should be just a little bit more specific here and would ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate some of the language in what our good colleague just discussed with regard to attempting to broaden this and ensure that the theatrical guns might be covered. However, I would stand in opposition to this amendment as I think it also too narrowly defines what we're talking about. And so my concern with the amendment as proposed is that it would actually narrow the exception rather than I think what the original amendment does, which is indicate we're not making a definition of the barrel and all the other aspects of the gun, which could create confusion as to what's accepted and not accepted. And so although I do take note of and believe that the point of, with regard to ensuring that we're talking about prop firearm maybe might need to be amended to be more descriptive, I would be concerned about voting for this bill, this amendment, because I do believe the description barrel, receiver, or firing pin narrows the amendment that the sponsors are attempting to provide in this circumstance. So I would urge a no vote.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for that, Representative. But don't you think that narrowing something makes it better? Because if you leave something so open, it might get lost in translation. Now, if you look at the list here, if you take one of those components out of a firearm, it is no longer a working firearm. So basically, it wouldn't be a firearm. You take the firing pin, the firearm is not going to fire. Take out the receiver, it's not going to receive anything, it's not going to fire. So if we narrow this, I think it makes it better, because that way we have that narrow scope of what we're trying to look for. If you leave it so broad, it could be left out to interpretation to certain people. So, and I believe this is a good amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L13 as a substitute amendment to L23. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L13 is lost. To Amendment L23, Rep. Flannel, Rep. Brooks, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we're back to the underlying amendment. And I do want to look at the very start of this amendment. This section applies to potentially functional firearms and firearm components. I do want to point that out, that the potentially functional is the critical language there. We should be looking to make sure that we're very clear, because something could have been changed in a firearm, such as the firing pin being removed. It's not functional at this point in time, but it's still potentially functional. It has the ability to be functional. And that's why I have an issue with that one phrasing within this amendment. Otherwise, this is a good amendment. But when you say potentially functional, even if the barrel has been filled in, later on, that barrel could still be drilled out, and it could be functional. So when you say potentially functional, it basically still bans all non-functional guns at that moment in time that has the ability to one day become functional. I do want to say that we should be very careful in how we draft this, because it still catches up all firearms. And that's why I do fear that this amendment is a little bit of a red herring. It doesn't actually apply in the way that perhaps some of us would like it to apply. And if something truly is a display piece, and it has had the firing pin or the receiver removed, the fact that it still is potentially gets caught up by this. I sit on a museum board, and we have a number of firearms that are on display in the museum. Now, every single one of those firearms has had something done to it to where if you were to steal the gun from the museum, you would not be able to fire it right now. Either the barrel's been filled in or the firing pin has been removed. However, the fact that you can still add those back in later means that it still has the potential to be functional. And that's where I have concerns here.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too had the same exact concern that my colleague just mentioned. The word potentially, what is your the definition of potentially is possible at any point in time. So having that word in there basically just says that it's something that you could potentially use it. You never know. So to have that word in there actually completely ruins the whole, I think, the point of the amendment. And I hope that if the bill writer could actually explain to me what his version of potentially means in the amendment, because that could mean anything, even if it's rendered not able to be used right now, but there's a potential you could still make it usable later. So if you could give me your definition of what you really intended that word to mean, and would you be willing to strike it?
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my good colleague. We are confident with the language as it is, in as much as we actually think it provides protections for folks who are doing this for reasons otherwise. The bill, I would say, quite frankly, doesn't really need this language in the first place. Because were law enforcement to look at a toy gun or a prop gun, it would be clear in about 30 seconds that that is not a functional lower frame or receiver or firearm. It cannot shoot bullets. And so really what we're talking about is the aesthetics of an object as opposed to the ability to make that object something else. If you were to take the step and to make that something else, that would be a violation of statute if it becomes a functional firearm. And so the word potentially, I think, works here. And I appreciate the question.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's not just the firearm that's in there. You also have firearm component. So if it's a component, I mean, there's no real definition of what that is. It could be anything, it could be a trigger. So if you could define the component part, I mean, for me to have something potentially that completely confuses the entire intent, I believe, of what you're wanting. I know that you don't want to change your amendment, but I'm asking you to understand that word in there actually makes it to where something where if it's rendered not usable now, it could still be rendered usable later. So that means it's potentially able to be used with a firearm. But you don't have just firearm, you have component in there as well. And that could be anything. It could be anything on a gun. A
Rep
scope,
Base,
it could
I'm
be-
sorry.
it's a-
I thought you were done. Rep Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify for my good colleague, the definition of firearm component is found on page 4, lines 16 to 17. As it's defined in the bill, it means an unfinished frame or receiver, large capacity magazine, or rapid fire device. So I do appreciate the question, but we wanted to make sure that that was clear that that's in the bill.
Rep Kelty.
That actually furthers my argument because you have large capacity magazine, and if it's rendered in cosplay, I don't know that you've ever been, and I'm not going to assume that you haven't, but if you have been to any of the Comic-Cons or anything like that, the greater the better, the grander, the more realistically looking devices, and they may have what something appears to be a large capacity magazine that is rendered unusable at that time, but if it's something that could potentially be changed later, that word potentially still makes that a problem.
Rep Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my good colleague. I think the other application to consider here is when law enforcement encounters a partially 3D printed frame or receiver. And in his Supreme Court opinion, Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch also acknowledges that those instances where the intent or the function of the device that is being printed is clear, meaning that there is a set of files that is used for one thing only, and that is for the production of those functional firearms. And you have part of it there, meaning it might not be functional today, but it is potentially functional if you finish the process, then the law should still apply. And so we would ask for a no vote. We asked for a yes vote on the amendment and appreciate the questions.
Rep Kelty.
I professionally disagree with that. And again, I don't know that you've ever been to a Comic-Con, but I highly recommend and would like to see that you do visit one, because I think this is going to be a huge problem and you're going to be causing a lot of people to get in trouble. So I am asking for a no vote.
Rep Basenecker.
Let me take the opportunity to plug Fort Collins Comic-Con, which is a wonderful event every year. And you should check it out as well. And so please come to Fort Collins and we'll go together.
Rep Kelty.
You have a deal, Rep. I will definitely come to the and take you to the Comic-Con, and I will show you exactly how awesome they are and how realistic the devices there are. Thank you.
Wow, look at that bipartisanship. Rep Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rep Basenecker, I am glad you read for the record the definition of firearm, because I think that's very important, which is why the potentially functional is all the more problematic, because you already contemplate in the definition of firearm component parts that make up a firearm, like the frame, the receiver, the firing pin, the barrel, and the fact that it's component parts that make those up, and that we're not talking about perhaps them all together, that those individual parts could be considered, which is why the potentially functionality language here is still troublesome to us. At the moment in time, it either works or it doesn't work. And that's why I would offer Amendment L034 to amendment, or I move Amendment L034 to amendment, no, it's not substitute, I'm amending the amendment. Yeah, as an amendment to Amendment L023. And ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. Thank you. L34 as an amendment to L23 is properly displayed. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, so this is exactly what we're talking about. It's either a firearm or it's not a firearm at that point in time. And the fact that something one day could change and make it a firearm doesn't change the fact that at that moment in time, is it a firearm? I mean, if something has had the firing pin removed and it's not functional, the fact that it could potentially be functional with the replacement of the firing pin should not say to a gun that might be used, for example, in a theatrical performance, well, it's still caught up by this bill and would not be allowed in that performance because of the fact that it could potentially be functional. And the definition of firearm that already is in the bill is broad enough to be able to encompass anything you would want to prohibit. So that's why this amendment is really important to the underlying amendment, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there Rep. Basenecker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my good colleague. I think this actually models existing federal statute from the Gun Control Act of 1968 as well. I just want to mention this, and this is found in Bondi v. Vanderstock, opinion of the court. It was written by Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch, and he says that the GCA's mandate apply to firearms. I'll save you the statutory references here. And the law defines that key term broadly. Under 921A3, a firearm includes any weapon, including a starter gun, which will or is designed or may be readily converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of such a weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, or any destructive device. Thanks to the generous definition, the GCA has long been understood to reach everything from run-of-the-mill rifles to novelty umbrella guns. And so when we strike this language, we actually, I think, conflict with federal statute at that point. And I think the opinion of the majority of the court, which acknowledges the fact that in this case, potentially functional serves the same purpose as defined by the Gun Control Act, where you can make a very clear case that what you have is very close to being the firearm itself, and it only serves that one purpose, to expel a projectile.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually would have a different analysis. From what you just read, Representative, I would interpret that as still a definition of firearm. That is all within the 1968 Act, the definition of a firearm. We don't need to go into the analysis of functionality because it's actually well-settled case law, as you actually just read. And we have statutory law on point. So we don't need to be debating the functionality language. All we need to talk about is firearm or not firearm, because as you just read, even our good colleague from Colorado, Justice Gorsuch, has talked about what are the component parts that make a firearm. And that's been defined. And so we only need to be talking about a firearm. We don't need to be adding descriptive words like potentially functional.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to strongly disagree with not talking about potentially functional, because the issue here is that, as I read the amendment, is to exempt printing that will not result in a potentially functional firearm that is used for a non-firearm purpose, but for demonstrative purposes. So if you take out potentially functional from that, you are creating a whole loophole in what's trying to be addressed here, which is that 3D printed guns that could be used immediately as a firearm those things would then fall within this exception that we're trying to put into the amendment, into the bill, to address the concerns of the prop or non-functional items that are not intended right now to be used as a firearm. And I know it's a tricky issue, but I do believe that you have to read the amendment in its whole, and the non-functioning or prop firearm is essential to understand the phrase a potential firearm, potentially functional firearm, because they have to go together. The one has to be something that's a prop. It can be realistic. It can have all those elements. But the issue is how easily can it be transferred from that non-functioning prop firearm into something that becomes a firearm for the purposes? And I think if you take out that potential, the word potentially functional, potentially to the potentially functional, then you're just creating a hole that says any weapon, anything you ever create, we could say is not within within what we're trying to do. Where I think this amendment is trying to honor the concern that we're not going to prohibit the use of creation of props or to the last amendment, theatrical kinds of items, so that we're not limiting the capacity to have those kinds of things. We're really only targeting the weapons that are being made in whole. We also have separate laws that deal with the receivers and other issues in terms of ghost guns. So my concern with taking this out as well is it could affect that part of the statute as well. And so I do rise in opposition of the amendment to the amendment.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I respect the other perspective. I just see the issue from a completely different angle, in that when someone is manufacturing a prop gun, like for a play, for example, they want it to look real. They also may want it to fire a blank that creates a bit of a smoke. All those key functions later on could be replaced, and you could potentially have a firearm at that point in time. And that is my concern. I see the laws that we have already on the books. I mean, already you can't create ghost guns. I mean, that's already been banned. The fact that you're manufacturing an actual firearm or frame with a 3D printer is going to be banned under this bill. But what we're saying with this amendment is that we should be talking about firearms, the ability to send a projectile known as a bullet. That's the key element there. It's not whether something can later on be converted, because someone can go to great lengths to convert. And they can do an awful lot to change what was a basic structure, to take what was entirely created to be a theatrical prop, and now all of a sudden is changed around to being functional. And I agree with my colleague from Northern Colorado that if you can make a minor tweak and all of a sudden you're firing, I mean, such as you have to turn a switch or load ammunition in, and now all of a sudden you're firing that weapon, yes, absolutely, that's a fully functioning firearm. But we're also talking about someone who's going to great lengths to take what was deliberately created to not function, then to change this prop to make it functioning. And people will go to great lengths to change things. And whether the barrel was completely filled and they later go in and drill it out, even law enforcement, if they saw a filled barrel, would not think that that would be potentially functional, at least under a plain reading. But yet, because it has the potential to have someone alter it later and make it potentially functional, means that even that type of firearm that perhaps a reasonable minds could agree would not be readily functional without a lot of work, the fact that it still could be makes it potentially functional, which is why striking this language is important.
Rep. Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just note that my good colleague has demonstrated exactly why we need to keep this in, because as you say, at the state that law enforcement would encounter a weapon that was filled in with a barrel, it was clear that that is not a firearm, and therefore that was within the definition of what we're regulating, and therefore would not be subject to any of the provisions of the rest of the bill. your hypothetical indicates that there must be a subsequent conversion of that weapon to make it functional. And I don't think the conversion, which is itself an additional act that would be required to turn that into a functional weapon, is contemplated by the use of the term in this circumstance. I think what was the potentially functional firearm in this circumstance is to say, we're going to do everything and make it the least restrictive, not fill in the barrel, not do anything that would make it a non-functional firearm, but make it something that is potentially a firearm by virtue of just looking at it. I think to the point that the law enforcement can look at the weapon that has been construed in accordance with this provision, then you protect the community by virtue of what we're trying to do in not allowing those functional weapons, but we're also protecting the person who possesses that weapon, because at the time they are possessing it, it is not functional. I did also want to talk about your idea about the art and the theater, museums. I think a lot of those are already pre-existing and not necessarily things that will be made for ghost guns or demonstration. But I do think there could be replicas that would be made in the 3D printers that would be used in I would say, even in circumstances where there's something very valuable of a historical nature, and so the museum might manufacture a 3D printed circumstance. That is also something that at the time, I imagine, they would not manufacture it to be readily usable, because they could follow this rule and say, we're not going to make that to be usable, which actually converts that museum piece into something that is even more protected, because somebody couldn't go in and steal the actual functioning museum piece anymore if they were doing that. So I do believe the intent of this is to protect all of those circumstances where we might be using 3D printing to replicate, to replace, and in any of those circumstances where the intent is not to circumvent the law of not having a functional 3D printed weapon readily available to go on the streets, untraceable, then those circumstances all fit within this exemption. And so I would urge the adoption of the original language and reject the amendment.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague from Denver. I think this debate actually illustrates why there needs to be either added words or less words to the underlying amendment. That we're talking about the degree of work it takes to change something that's an innate object that was not designed to be functional. And while we can stand here and agree or disagree or agree to disagree, the fact that we're both struggling looking at what degree of alteration does it take to make something functional? I mean, that's the core of the debate here. And if it takes, I'm reading this and saying, someone could go through and do an awful lot of work to take what was manufactured not with the intent to be functional, but then to make it functional. And I'm saying that it's caught up here. I appreciate that on the other side, we're talking about perhaps a lesser degree of change to make it functional. But there's certainly a degree that we're debating, and that's why either having a bit more language to the underlying amendment or deleting potentially functional would be the solution. And I would restore my yes vote. Thank you.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My gosh. The debate that just happened right here on this podium tells you exactly why this amendment is absolutely necessary. The confusion over the word potentially on all sides has demonstrated that we really don't know what that means. But when it comes to the law, it's the letter of the law. It's what's black and white. And once you put this into law, it's in black and white. Potentially is up to someone's opinion. And who's making that opinion? By putting potentially functional in there is going to cause so many problems. It must be struck. Until you can actually firmly define what that means, we're going to have consequences of a very bad nature. So if the debate that you heard just now didn't tell you that this absolutely must be taken out, put something else in, put, like my colleague said, define it better, put more words in. But if you can't actually clearly demonstrate and speak to what potentially means, then you have to take it out because it will have unintentional consequences. If you can't say exactly what that is, it shouldn't be in there and it shouldn't be in law. Law should not be confusing. It should be straightforward, and the words matter. And right here, this word is going to get a lot of people in trouble, and I highly recommend, please vote yes on this amendment because you're going to be making criminals out of people who are not. And that is not what we're here to do. Potentially functional needs to be removed because you cannot define it and you can't leave it up to someone's opinion. Because obviously, if you've seen today, that opinion has been different on both sides. And if it's different here, it's going to be different out there, and we can't have that. The law needs to be clear and understandable. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L34, which amends L23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L34 is lost. To Amendment L23, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L23. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L23 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Rep. Flannel, there is potentially further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sat in Judiciary Committee where this bill was heard, and I have to say, like most anti-gun bills, opposition greatly outweighed those in favor of the bill, although the bill still passed. I spoke to the bill sponsors and I asked why were they bringing this bill forth? Because in the bill it says that it prohibits manufacturing a firearm, frame or receiver, large capacity mag, or rapid fire device. But all of those are already illegal to possess. As a private citizen, it's illegal to have an unserialized firearm or unfinished frame or receiver, regardless if you buy, print, or make it. And that's due to Colorado Senate Bill 23-279, unserialized firearms and firearm components. There was a year where you could make your own firearm and you could get that serialized, and that ended January 1st of 2024. As a private citizen, it is illegal to buy or possess a large capacity magazine. That took place from Colorado House Bill 13-1224, prohibiting large capacity ammunition magazines. So it is illegal to sell, transfer, possess large capacity magazines. And that bill or that law went into effect July 1st of 2013. And just to fix any kind of loophole that there was, we have Senate Bill 25003, which also fixed the mag loophole, if that's what you want to call it, which makes it even more illegal to own a high-capacity magazine. As a private citizen, it is illegal to buy or possess rapid-fire devices. Although I will say there is no definition in this bill for rapid-fire devices, because what I think a rapid-fire device is clearly not the same as what the bill sponsor thinks. The bill sponsor is under the assumption that that means Sears and switches. And I'm familiar with firearms. Sears and switches basically makes a firearm full auto. That's illegal. That's federally illegal. But if we want to talk about rapid fire devices, that is also illegal because of Colorado Senate Bill 25003, and that went into effect September 1st of 2025. What this bill actually does, aside from making all of the parts in this bill more illegal, it outlaws possession and distribution of words. And I will say words because of the vague definition of what digital instructions are within this bill. The definition states digital instructions means digital code in the form of computer-aided design files or other code or instructions stored and displayed in electronic format as a digital model, which, this may very well violate the First Amendment. Additionally, this ramps up risk for anyone owning a 3D printer, CNC machine, or quote-unquote similar devices. And I asked the bill sponsor, what does similar devices mean? Because I've made my own firearms before legally. So does this mean a lathe? Does this mean a drill press? How about a handheld drill? Because I've used that to make a firearm legally. Or even a nail file. I've used a nail file. Anybody who's created their own firearm, especially when it comes to the handguns, you really have to get down to just it being flawless in order for it to work. I've used a nail file, so are we now, if somebody is in possession of words, of instructions, in order to create a 3D printed firearm or component, and you own a nail file, does that put you in danger of violating the law? This bill also doesn't describe what intent is. So in the previous, we were just arguing about words matter. What is intent? Are we now the thought police? Are we somehow going to be able to read people's minds and say, no, they had the intent? And there was an amendment that adds knowingly, and I don't think that makes it better. Because somebody could easily say, well, knowingly or unknowingly, that doesn't help legal, law-abiding citizens. Additionally, the fiscal note. So the bill sponsors say that this is a common sense bill that is fixing an issue that we have. But the fiscal note came out not like a few days ago. And within the fiscal note, it says from fiscal year of 2022 to 2023 to fiscal year of 2024 to 2025, one white male has been sentenced and convicted for this offense. Therefore, the fiscal note assumes that there will continue to be minimal or no additional criminal case filings or convictions for this offense under the bill. So I don't understand why this bill is necessary. With that, I bring amendment, Madam Speaker, L006, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. The proper motion is I move.
I move L006 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you. One moment. L6 is properly displayed. Rep. Flannel.
I would like the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to study whether three-dimensional printed firearms are statistically responsible for a measurable percentage of gun crimes in Colorado. The Bureau shall complete the study on or before December 31st of 2026. At the completion of the study, the Bureau shall determine whether the three-dimensional printed firearms are statistically responsible for a measurable percentage or gun crimes in Colorado. The Bureau shall publish the completed study and determine on its website and submit it to the General Assembly. I want to know if this is actually a public safety problem that we have, or if this is just yet another anti-gun bill that is chipping away at our rights and impacting law-abiding citizens, putting them in danger of possibly breaking the law unknowingly, knowingly, intentionally, unintentionally. We're not really sure. But I urge people to vote yes on this amendment so that we can put it in the hands of Colorado Bureau of Investigation and they can see if this is actually a threat that is posed to the public. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Basenecker. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we would recommend no on this amendment because we don't need to do a study to find out that this is an actual problem. There's lots of data that shows that this is a problem. So just here's a few things. A review of crime gun recoveries in cities found that in the past 5 years, 3D printed gun recoveries in 20 cities have increased 1,000%. In 2024, the most recent year of data, Denver recovered 64 3D printed guns, crime guns, more than Detroit, Chicago, Baltimore. In 2020, it recovered just 9. Law enforcement in Colorado recovered hundreds of machine gun conversion devices and 4 3D printed firearms from 2 men in Colorado Springs. They were allegedly shipping 3D printed conversion devices to buyers across the country. 3D printed firearms have been used across the nation in targeted assassinations, planned school shootings, and everyday gun violence. The man who killed Brian Thompson and the United Healthcare CEO was apprehended with a gun and a suppressor made with a 3D printer. A 13-year-old Washington boy was arrested after deputies uncovered a plot to carry out a school shooting. A search of the boy's home revealed a manifesto and 23 firearms, including multiple 3D printed guns. I could go on and on. We would recommend a no vote on this amendment because we know this is a problem. That's why we're bringing this bill to address this problem that exists and growing worse.
Rep. Flannel.
Madam Chair, I'm going to read you what the fiscal note says, which is, this was done by the state. This wasn't, this is information that I pulled off of the internet. It says from fiscal year of 2022 to 2023 to fiscal year of 2024 to 2025, 1 white male has been sentenced and convicted for this offense. Therefore, the fiscal note assumes that there will continue to be minimal or no additional criminal case filings or convictions for this offense under the bill. So whether a firearm was made versus a firearm that was used in a crime, I still pose the question, is this bill protecting the safety of the public? And I think that we should put that in the hands of Colorado Bureau of Investigation to decide, because I don't think that these cases are rising and showing up in crimes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would contend that it is our job as legislators to decide what is and isn't permissible in this state, and we should not abdicate that authority to bureaucrats in the state government. We should not abdicate that authority to Colorado Bureau of Investigations or another entity. We are lawmakers in the state of Colorado. We have previously adopted a law that says that unserialized firearms in the state of Colorado are illegal, and we have the responsibility to ensure that that law is in line with advancements in technology to 3D printing. And so a study by CBI not only would be costly, at which point we are deciding who in our state then doesn't get health care, who in our state then doesn't get transit, who in our state then doesn't get food benefits. It's unnecessary. We know that these guns are being used in the commission of crimes. We know that is a law in Colorado that you need to serialize your firearms, and we know that 3D printing has expanded exponentially to the point where this bill is necessary. We respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further? Rep. Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are state numbers. This is what the state is saying. We are taking away law-abiding citizens' rights because of one person, regardless of where these stats came from that the bill sponsor has. The state is saying that there is one person that has been charged with this crime within 3 years. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion?
I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L6 is lost. To the bill, Rep. Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L29 to House Bill 1144 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. L29 is properly displayed. Rep. Woog.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it raises the standard from may be used to primarily designed and intended to be used. Instead of covering something that could possibly be used for a certain purpose, it now only applies to items that are specifically designed for that purpose and that the person intends to use that way. This makes it harder to apply the law to ordinary multi-use items. It also adds the word unlawfully before manufacture. That means the bill would only apply if someone is manufacturing something illegally, not just manufacturing it in general. So the bottom line is the amendment tightens the language so the bill targets intentional and unlawful conduct, not items that are merely could be used a certain way or lawful manufacturers. And I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L29. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L29 is lost. To the bill, Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been up here a couple times just talking on amendments, but I'm glad that we can get back to the bill right now so I can speak to this bill. Just to reiterate, like this is something that's already illegal. Like you can't really build weapons that are unserialized 3D legally. This is a First Amendment violation by punishing somebody that might use this. It doesn't mean that they're going to or they have, but they might. It's you're punishing intent. It's not our job here to punish intent. This is still the land of the free. Am I wrong? We have to, just like we've said in prior bills, we have to trust our people. Am I right? We can't punish intent in this bill. By having the file, the 3D file to build these weapons or even components of them, a component of a weapon could be the handle. A lot of us like to customize our stuff. I wanted to customize if I want to customize a handle of my 1911, now I'm going to be punished for that? That handle doesn't make the weapon. It's optics. It's something custom. That under this bill is punishable. A handle. I still need all the other components of that weapon to be able to use it as it was intended to do, as a weapon. And let me remind you, that weapon is intended to protect myself and my family. Let's not forget that aspect of it. Now, what other people use it for is on them. But I have mine to protect mine. I'm glad that we took out the whole part of prop guns. I don't know if any of you know this, but I'm also a cosplayer. I know. It's hard to believe with this hair, right? I actually have a 3D printed Iron Man suit. I have pictures. So would it be illegal under this bill, an Iron Man suit? You know, because that one has a propulsor on the hand. Doesn't really work. It just makes a noise and lights up. But would that be illegal under this bill? I'm glad it wouldn't be, because now we took that prop out. The prop gun, guns and stuff like that. But this is still punishing intent. And if any of you want to see the pictures of me in my Iron Man suit, you're more than welcome to come see me. I really think that this is not necessary. This bill is not necessary. There are plenty of laws currently that make making an illegal firearm illegal, and we should stick with that. We're just putting more and more layers on this that is not necessary. I urge a no vote.
Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I do want to confirm that I think your costume would be legal if this law were to pass. So thank you.
Is there Rep. Hartsook?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. It's going to be a tough one to follow. Oh, all right. Let's. I would like to get back to the intent. That seems to be a theme here. And I would like to have that discussion. So in order to have that discussion, I move Amendment L016 to House Bill 1144 and request that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
You guys already have it. 16.
L16 is properly displayed. Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you look at this amendment, what I want to zero in on the amendment, it's line 7. It says not intend. Go to page 4 of the bill, line 6, when it starts at paragraph 4, it says, as used in this section unless context otherwise requires. Most laws, when we come down to intent, it's when you go to trial is, did you intend to do something? Did you intend to cause harm? Did you intend to willfully do something that would hurt somebody else? Did you plan this out in the intention of causing and committing a crime? That intent is what drives in essence, the criminal justice system. Were you intending to commit a crime? Now, just because you go flying down the highway at 90 miles an hour and you get pulled over, well, I didn't intend to go 90, that's not going to fly. But when it comes to making parts, when it comes to doing things on my speech and how I want to, I'm not intending to do something, or I am intending to cause harm. And from a defense perspective, I think it is critical on this amendment, if you look at the end of line 6, the beginning of line 7, where it says not intend to unlawfully manufacture, and above it had all the categories. That, I think, is the key component. If you're not intending to do something, how can you then be guilty just by virtue that it exists? The intent is how we convict people. The intent is how, when you go to trial, well, what did you intend to do? And this amendment says we're going to make that as the defense. I would urge an aye vote on that. Thank you.
Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would urge no vote on this amendment. Already, the manufacturer needs to be knowing per the bill text, and the current Colorado law outlaws all unlicensed manufacturers of frames and receivers, so this creates a loophole in the current law.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L16 fails. To the bill, Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really do believe there's a lot of interesting things about this bill that are coming up and coming up through amendments and through discussion, but I really do believe that this does have Second Amendment ramifications, but I think the stronger is First Amendment, that we are actually taking away First Amendment right for people to express themselves through 3D printing. That this is a strange one to me, that we're just saying, no, you cannot do. You can't even own the files. You can't even own the files that are going to describe or potentially print this. You can have a 3D file. So I'm also hearing that I don't think people are understanding how the 3D printers, the CDCs work. You can take the file, squeeze it down, or make it large, and I've seen this in some of the cosplay, in some of the stuff. Most people will not know this about me, but I am a very prolific online gamer. I game a lot. Started when my boys went to college, and I play all of the games with all of their friends, and so that I can get yelled at by a 14-year-old out of India. So But I do a lot of online gaming, and this is a very strong field where the 3D printers are being used. And they're being used to make weapon or weapon-like things that could be turned into a weapon. There's no doubt about that. But to say that somehow, because we've had one case in the last handful of years in the state of Colorado, that we now take people's First Amendment rights away and we take their Second Amendment rights away, I struggle with this on a very foundational, we the people context. We are continuing to harm we the people in here, and we use these strange, bizarre contexts to attack we the people. And I see this as directly unconstitutional in a lot of different ways. And so I would like to say, if the bill sponsors believe that this is within the realm of constitutionality, and they do think that they are not taking away the constitutional rights, either First or Second Amendment, of anybody in the state of Colorado, then I'm sure they're going to get on this amendment with me. So I move L033 and ask for it to be displayed slightly askew.
One moment.
League of Legends, all of them, yeah. I'm pretty good, too. I'm just
L33 is properly displayed slightly askew.
Thank you.
Rep. Bottoms.
So this is non-severability. If any part of this bill is found to be unconstitutional, then the entire bill goes away. And this is just standing for constitutionality. If we're standing for constitutionality, then this should be an easy amendment. We'll just say yes, and I would say directly to the bill sponsors, if you believe that this bill is legit and it does not go against the Constitution, then let's just vote this amendment in. If you know down deep that there are parts of this bill that are not constitutional, or any part of this bill would be rendered unconstitutional, then how dare we do that to the Constitution and to the people of Colorado? So let's stand for the Constitution. Let's vote on this amendment in a positive way and try to be constitutional. I know sometimes we do struggle with this, but let's set a new pace. We're taking a new step forward in this room, and we're going to try constitutionality on and just see how it feels.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I choose to stand in support of this amendment, and I want to explain why. If you're not afraid that your bill has anything that's unconstitutional, if you're absolutely confident that what you're doing is constitutional, then this amendment should have no impact on your bill. You should actually be for this amendment to further solidify that you do believe that your bill is constitutional. So there is absolutely no reason to not accept this amendment. So if you feel and you're confident that your bill is constitutional, this is exactly the type of amendment that you should want to have in your bill, just to solidify that you are confident in what you're writing and the laws that you're passing through this dome today. I'm asking for a yes vote on this very, very important amendment. Let's just lay it on the line.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also come up here in support of this amendment. I know a lot of my colleagues here on the other side of the aisle saying, "Oh, you guys use this all the time," but it should tell you something. It should tell you that this is very important to us. The Constitution it should be important to all of us. It really should. It's very important to us. This is the reason why we bring this up a lot on bills like these. And it's important to the people that we represent, all of us, not just over here on my side, all of us. It's very important to a lot of these people. So it's common sense. It protects the Constitution. It protects our citizens. It protects us. Let's not forget that we represent approximately 80 to 100,000 people in our districts, but we're also included in that representation. So whatever we do here also affects us. So in other words, we're also, if this is unconstitutional, this is being unconstitutional to us as a person as well. So I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in support as well on this. You've seen us continually run amendments like this going back to at least last session in 2025 because what we're finding is that Colorado is continually getting sued for the bills that are passed by this body right here and frankly costing the state a lot of money. And so this is just a protection that, I mean, it's a 2 or 3 page bill. If something gets found invalid, then why would we not just repeal the whole thing? Because it's very possible something else in the bill may be illegal as well. Last year, I ran an amendment very much like this on a very controversial bill. And literally while we were up here having the debate, it was announced that we were being sued by the federal government. And so, again, this is to protect the taxpayers who have to fund this, but also sets a safeguard that if certain pieces of this bill are found invalid or illegal, the entire thing goes away. That makes sense. If the bill is constitutional, then why are we concerned about this amendment? So I certainly think that this is a great one. I ask everybody to vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support, strong constitutional support of this amendment. Why wouldn't we be in support of this amendment? If it's determined that this bill, when it's determined that this bill is unconstitutional, the bill should go away. It will help. The people of Colorado want bills to go away. They are tired of legislating onto them. They are tired of piecemeal legislation, especially anti-gun legislation. So when it's deemed unconstitutional, you have a backup plan. It's a win-win situation for everyone. You can thank our caucus for the help. Please vote to support this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage. Oh, Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you to my good colleagues. We do respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question a division has been called. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L33. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L33, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L33 is lost. Is there any further discussion on how, Rep. Barone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just coming back up here now that a lot of our members came back into the room. I'm glad. And I can speak to it a little bit more. This, like I was saying earlier, this is unnecessary. This is punishing intent of the people, and we shouldn't be doing that. We cannot read minds, even though my wife thinks I can, but we cannot read minds. So let's not put another layer of regulation and punishment over something that's really don't know. We really cannot know what these components are being made for. These components are being made for aesthetics, for optics, for anything. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to build an entire gun illegally. It's already illegal to build an entire gun 3D printed without a serial number. This is just another layer that we're adding onto it. So I still urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Rep. Bottoms.
I would like to apologize to the Constitution for what we just did to it. This is definitely not constitutional what we're doing. Even though it can be voted, we have seen many times over where the Constitution is actually directly voted against, which is in violation of the Constitution. But knowing that this is still not constitutional, let's give one more shot at this and see if we can actually bring this back to the people, to put it before the people. One of the things that I know is very frightening to the anti-2A and anti-1A group is actually letting the people's voice be heard on these kind of things. And I would love for the people's voice to be heard. Let's actually be constitutional. Let's actually let we, the people, rule the day instead of this room, this house, these people in this room rule the day. And so I run Amendment 036 to 1144 and ask for it to be displayed however you feel.
Rep. Bottoms, I believe the proper motion is I move.
Okay, I'm sorry. I move 036 to 1144. I have no idea what I said, so I agree with you.
One moment. L36 is properly displayed. Rep. Bottoms.
So this will actually take away the safety clause, which we extremely overuse in this room. And the reason, again, is because of our fear of the Constitution, our fear of the people. Those two things are scary because the Constitution actually puts limitations on us, and yet we vote them right through anyway, which is what we just did on the last amendment. And so this amendment will give us another chance to, even though we have trod upon the Constitution, let's take it to the people and give the people an opportunity to be able to bring this to the ballot in case they desire. They may not. Most of the time they do not. But this will at least give us an opportunity to put this back in the hands of we the people and let them fix the trotting upon our Constitution that we have just done. Let's let the people rectify this and put this to a petition instead of a safety clause.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too stand in agreement and support of this amendment. The safety clause is, just so the people of Colorado understand, the safety clause is used when there's an emergency or something of great safety, a concern. That is not this bill. It's a 3D print bill, and that's, again, I agree with my colleague, complete violation of the Constitution. But let the people decide that. Let the people decide if they want to exercise their constitutional rights and they want to petition this. Again, most of the times they don't. But let's give them that option. The overuse of the safety clause is basically, in my opinion, the way of jamming bills through without giving the people the voice to say, hey, I don't like this. I don't want this. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to represent the people of Colorado. We're not here to shove our will on them. And by overuse of the safety clause, that's exactly what you're doing. You're forcing your will on the people of Colorado. Let's let them have the option to be able to say, hey, I don't want it. I want to see it on the ballot. Let us all decide on something like this. So I too am in support of this amendment, and I'm asking for a yes vote.
Rep. Flannel.
Thank you, Chair. I urge a yes vote on this because clearly there is no safety. There's no public safety, as we've seen from the fiscal note on this. There's been one person who has broken the law in 3 years, and if they haven't, I think that's greater concern because then that means that there's a large fiscal note on this bill that we are not aware of. And either way, I think the people deserve answers. Thank you.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't often speak to this amendment. I absolutely am in support. About 99% of our bills should always have a petition clause. But in this case, I know the bill itself is presented and intended to increase public safety. There's a safety aspect to it, but it truly doesn't make anything that's not already illegal, currently illegal. So there's really no urgent need, and giving the people an opportunity to decide is always best. So please do support this.
Rep. Brooks.
Madam Chair, thank you. Unlike my colleague, I always speak on these amendments because I know that it's very infrequent that we truly have an emergency to be able to pass legitimately, at least, a safety clause. The point, though, that I'd make instead of just my natural opposition to safety clauses would be, just the irony, right, of why would we want to pass a safety clause on something that has, I don't know, I lost count, 20 amendments? And so there's obviously a little bit of debate. I mean, just a wee bit, right, of debate on this bill, but yet we're saying at the same time that we recognize that there's a lot of debate on this bill, but yet we need to pass it right now. This needs to go into effect right now. I mean, it's absolutely inconsistent with everything that is happening here on the floor and in the spirit of the debate, to even on the sponsor side, to say that, hey, look, we're bringing amendments because we think we can make this bill better, but yet we have to put this bill into place right now. So what had happened if this bill could have gone into play immediately, even before the amendments from the sponsors were brought? We'd have even worse policy than what we're considering right now. So I would ask that we accept this amendment. First of all, because it's the right thing to do. I can see I'm getting some support here, and then also just consider that we don't need to be passing something that obviously is having quite a bit of debate. Okay.
Okay.
Support the amendment.
You guys have to sort this out between yourselves. I can't choose. Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, for all the reasons that my members said, certainly support this. This is a constant debate we have, and I understand. I imagine the sponsors, they'll say, well, this is a safety issue, so the safety clause makes sense, but I'm not aware, I haven't been convinced that this is so urgent that we need to take away the people's right to be able to petition this bill, especially when this, I think, is going to be a controversial bill with a lot of people in Colorado. And so they need to have the right for the redress there and to be able to petition their government to change this if it were going to affect. If this was so urgent and it was such a safety issue, it should have been maybe, 1001 instead of the bill that it is. So certainly we're going to keep making this a point over and over again on every bill that we see that has a safety clause that should have a petition clause. And so certainly support this. This would be a good one to start with. And so I certainly urge an aye on this amendment.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The right to air grievances, if we're not to be able to be persuasive enough to change minds and hearts in this building, if we're not able through debate able to change minds and hearts in this building, this just basically gives the people the right to air that grievance with its government on a whole different level. So I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L36 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. We're kind of running through a couple of amendments here. You might have noticed. So in the spirit of continuing the very vigorous and quite educational, helpful debate, I move 005 to House Bill 1144 ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L5 is properly displayed. Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. This amendment is pretty straightforward. All right, so let's say 3D printer can create a firearm. Well, let's serialize it and make it legal. Pretty straightforward. Hey, at some point, firearm technology advances. At one point, we didn't have polymer strike or strike-fire polymer guns, right? That changed several years ago, and now it's one of the most popular firearms carried today. I have several. But why would we have prohibited that technology before that technology came about? This is yet just another example of technology. I mean, look, as much as we try sometimes to put our feet in cement here and pretend that things are not changing, we cannot help that technology and the world still is going to go on without us. And this says, you know what, 3D printing, I have to be perfectly honest. With 3D printing, the last time I'd really paid a whole lot of attention to 3D printing, they were making those, if anybody has your kids that make the really nice, you know, clay pottery in art class, and it comes back and it's all like lopsided, and you give it away as a white elephant gift because it's the only thing that it's appropriate for. It's just the most horrifically ugly like pottery ever, but you're proud of them because it's nice. The last time I really paid a whole heck of a lot of attention to 3D printing, that's what people were making with it. It was just like this nasty, lopsided little clumps of goo, and I didn't even really understand what the fuss was about. Obviously, that's come a long way since then. So as technology has advanced, there is legitimacy to that technology. If there's legitimacy to that technology that includes the creation of firearms, then why do we have to just basically shut down an entire industry, an entire emerging technology to say we're uncomfortable with that because it can produce a firearm? Let's say we understand that it can produce a firearm, but let's serialize it and let's make it a legal firearm. Very sensible amendment. I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come up here in support of this amendment. Now, I just learned, I knew the process a little bit, but I just learned a little bit more about the process. To get the serial number for the upper or the parts that need the firearm need to get serialized, you have to go through an FFL to get that serial number. It has to be a Class 7 FFL. They make up the serial number and keep it in their books, and that's the serial number that's for that weapon. This amendment is a good amendment because it comes back to what we currently do anyway. If you're going to build a component of a weapon that needs to be serialized, you need to go to an FFL to get a serial number within, this one makes it within 48 hours. And it's still a legal gun. It's a legal component, it's a legal part, and you're not doing anything wrong. And you still have the freedom to do so, to build that component if you want to. So you just got to get it serialized through an FFL. So that process is still in place. That process is federal law, and we can continue using it. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for bringing this amendment. It has been a policy in the state of Colorado. It's been law in the state of Colorado since the passage of an enactment of Senate Bill 279, where we gave a reasonable amount of time for folks to serialize any unserialized firearms that they had already had on hand. Maybe those were partially finished lowers and receivers that they finished in our state. We gave a reasonable amount of time for folks to get those serialized. This just creates a giant loophole in both that law and the law we seek to enact to where basically it makes unserialized firearms legal in the state of Colorado. I'm not sure how you would prove 48 hours. I don't know what that 48 hours, sort of when that clock starts ticking, but the larger issue is the fact that this creates a world in which unserialized firearms are now legal in our state. We would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L5 fails. Is there any further discussion? Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you, sponsors, for bringing the bill. This is an interesting chamber, and I think we all try to limit the amount of time we kind of noodle our brains around what is the other side thinking. I totally get that we have absolutely different policy approaches, and I understand what yours are. I understand, I believe, what you're trying to achieve. I think from a policy side, I don't agree, and I do oppose the bill for lots of grounds that have been talked about. But Another piece that has just weighs on my mind a lot, and I have talked about it a few times in the well, is just the sheer number of bills that we bring forward every year, and the fact that so many of them are intended to fix a problem that we created with a previous bill, or that we're legislating in the same pace at such rapidity that the people of Colorado can't even keep up sometimes with what we've made illegal, what regulations we put on businesses, et cetera. So I appreciate that this is a relatively short bill, but it kind of steps over some things that we've very recently legislated, and I think we should take this opportunity to just slow down and let some of our previous legislation kind of percolate a bit and be understood by the folks of our state before we jump into new areas. So I move Amendment L019 to HB 1144 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L19 is properly displayed. Rep. Richardson.
Okay, I think if you're following along in the bill, this is to the amended version. If you have the original introduced bill, I believe it's line 18. But essentially what this does is take what is in the bill, retains the sponsor's intent to deal with the creation of firearms and TOTO frames and receivers, but it does strike the language on the creation of what is considered in law today as high-capacity magazines and rapid-fire trigger devices. And I know the sponsors have concerns with those as well, but Senate Bill 3 addressed these just last year. It's really just rolling out. We've addressed high-capacity magazines in the past. Senate Bill 3 actually was originally pitched as a bill that would make it easier to enforce the 30-round magazine, or excuse me, the high-capacity as defined magazine ban. And it really hasn't rolled out completely. The state truly is awash in generally 30-round magazines. They're out there. We all know they're out there. Another bill that, might incrementally change the rate at which those magazines exist, I just don't think is necessary at this time. And this amendment really just focuses on what I think the heart of what the sponsor is trying to get at, or the sponsors, which is the production of new firearms. And again, the rapid fire devices just defined in law last year, finally. We know what we're talking about, and we've legislated against them. I think we should let that legislation mature a bit and the use of it mature before we layer on another bill that addresses them. So I would urge a yes vote, and I expect the sponsors will oppose.
Any further discussion on Amendment 019? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for bringing the amendment. We would ask for a respectful no on this amendment. By narrowing the definition in this way, the amendment would make it legal to offer to sell and distribute digital design files that instruct 3D printers to produce LCMs and rapid-fire devices. Those items are illegal to sell, purchase, and possess under existing law. This amendment would leave a massive loophole in the law by allowing people to 3D print these prohibitive items with no questions asked. And if they're illegal to buy, sell, and possess in Colorado, we have to make sure they're not easy to print, 3D print. So we would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 019? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 019. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. 019 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Chair. I move, let's see. I asked to move,
You had it right the first time.
okay, thank you. I asked to move L011 and ask that it be properly displayed, and you need that.
L011 has been moved. Give us a moment to display it.
All right, so this is pretty simple. I'm just asking that we strike out machine or similar device and substitute it with machine. Because as I said previously, I've been able to make a firearm with a hand drill and a nail file. And I would hate to think that somebody who is in possession of instructions because they wanted to learn more about a firearm and how it's made internally be penalized because they own a nail file or a handheld drill, which is a very common tool in everyone's house.
Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's just narrowing language. Striking machine or similar device and substitute machine. Just narrowing the language to make sure that what we're legislating against is very specific and not as broad as written. Very simple amendment. I would ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
We would respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. The language works as it is because it also incorporates future iterations of technology that can be used in an additive or subtractive manner in order to manufacture an illegal firearm in our state. And I would say that if you are using something, be it a nail file, be it a home drill, be it a drill press, be it whatever else you can imagine, and you are manufacturing a firearm that is unserialized, you are already in violation of state statute. That is a crime in the state of Colorado. If you did not have that serialized before the enactment date of Bill 279, that being said, this is designed to provide some flexibility to statute so that should you need to further define what one of those devices is in the future, you can look at the intent of the bill and also the language therein to understand that it is a crime to manufacture an unserialized firearm in the state of Colorado. I would also want to just mention as well, to the point about possession, possession is no longer in the bill. That was struck by amendment earlier. We asked for a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the sponsor's explanation. I just do think it's kind of it's very slippery slope when you just say something similar, because I'm not sure if we're talking firearms, a cap lock musket is probably very similar to a flintlock musket. A cap lock rifle muzzle loader is very similar to a cap lock smoothbore, and you can keep walking and walking and walking down this line until you get to those firearms that somebody would wish to ban or are federally banned already. I think we really need to have something a little more specific than similar, and I believe there may actually be another amendment prepared that offers something that is very similar once a vote is taken on this. So I would, and that amendment's walking away. Oh, we're prepared. Yeah, so anyway, I would urge a yes vote on this, and if not, then we'll talk some more about what similar might be. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the Representative Flannel. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L011 fails. Back to the bill. Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Chair. If you guys will not accept that amendment, how about Amendment L0112, which I asked to move L0112 so that it properly be displayed.
Representative Flannel, if you could just say, I move Amendment L012.
Thank you, Chair. I move Amendment 012 to properly be displayed.
All right. Representative Fennell, tell us about Amendment L012.
So this would say what a similar device is. It means a device functionally equivalent to a three-dimensional printer or CNC milling machine, as applicable, that is computer controlled and capable of producing a frame or receiver or a firearm to functional tolerances. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Just can't wait to get in here and say, I think I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, this is great. Oh, yes, but probably not. It's just, kiss and cousin to the previous amendment. Third cousin twice removed by marriage, or just, a brother or sister, honestly. It's just very, very similar to what we had just run, just narrowing that language a little bit more to ensure that we're very defined in what we're asking for. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you to my good colleagues for this amendment. Unfortunately, the term functional tolerance is not defined in this amendment, nor is it defined in the bill. We're unclear what that means. I think it just creates ambiguity around things that we don't intend, so we would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 012? Representative Richardson.
Respectfully submit that a functional tolerance is much easier to define than a similar device. If you're talking machining and machining instructions, tolerances are provided. If we're talked earlier in this and we've struck some language, but if you have the design instructions for a CNC machine, those tolerances are defined within those instructions. So I think this is defined maybe perhaps not in law, but in the instructions we were discussing earlier.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I, too, stand up here in support of this amendment. So it was just said that it is seen on the other side that this could possibly give ambiguity, but then earlier I was fighting the point that other areas that brought ambiguity, but it was okay for that part, but not for this part. So I believe it does not. This one actually does not bring ambiguity, and I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L012 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L27 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just give us 1 second to display it. Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We could speak all day and at length as to why we have crime and public safety problems in Colorado. We're not going to do that. But I would like to propose this amendment to protect common sense and some liberty, and to stick it to criminals and not to law-abiding citizens. I suggest that we specify that only an individual who is prohibited from possessing a firearm pursuant to Section 1812-108 or federal law be subject to this otherwise overreaching policy.
Any further discussion on L027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L027. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. L027 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we continue to discuss this bill, House Bill 1144, we have a ton of concerns on not just the Second Amendment, which this one infringes on strongly, but we also have concerns on the Fifth Amendment and the First Amendment. This is why I move L008 to House Bill 1144 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Just give us 1 second to display it. Representative Johnson, tell us about L008.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is make sure that we are aligning with federal, and that should the federal government come to prohibit the distribution and possession of digital instructions, then this would enact that we follow suit in Colorado, because we are aligning with the U.S. Constitution, which is done at the federal level, to make sure we are following the will of we the people. So this would make sure that subsections 1 to 3 of this section would not be enacted until direction by the federal government, to ensure that we don't have to come back to this body for any kind of special sessions or that we're always in compliance. But this also makes sure we're protecting our First Amendment, and that we're making sure that we are not punishing or infringing on anyone's rights to their freedom of speech and material. This is a good amendment to make sure that we don't have to come back again if something should happen at the federal level, but we're also not putting this body or our state into anything that's also going to infringe on the constituency that we have sworn oath to protect. I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would urge a no vote on this. This is a growing problem now. We shouldn't be waiting for the federal government to act before we act and to address the problem.
Any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L008. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L008 is lost. Back to the bill, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move L032 to HB 1144 and ask for it to be properly displayed. Properly.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Representative Kelty, tell us about L032.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And by far, this is probably the easiest, simplest amendment that we're going to see today, and but it has quite a great meaning. What this amendment does, it strikes out firearm or firearm component and substitute with just firearm. So basically, we're taking firearm component out, because as you know, part of a firearm has the receiver, has the upper, has the lower, already has all that. That's what considers it a firearm. So it's redundant language that we don't actually need in this bill at all. So by removing firearm component, it clearly states the meaning of what the intent is, and that is 3Ding of firearms, or the plans for firearms. Firearm component, a component in the components that listed, other than the large capacity magazine, which is already outlawed, it actually allows us to understand that you just mean the firearm, which includes the upper and lower and the receiver. So it's redundant language. Let's clean it up. Let's make sure it's a cleanly written bill. And I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L032. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L032 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a little more along the lines of, I actually do have a question for the sponsors on, again, I recognize that this is viewed by the sponsors as something that's going to decrease danger to our citizens, and it's something that they feel is urgently needed because we've got a safety clause on it. But as I was reviewing the fiscal note, the analysts stated that to form an estimate on the prevalence of this new crime, the fiscal note analyzed existing offenses, including the unlawful conduct of involving unserialized firearms frames or receivers through the use of a 3D printer, et cetera. But it further stated that from 22 to 23, that fiscal year, the follow-on fiscal year, one white male, I'm not sure why we had to identify race, but one person was sentenced and convicted of the offense, and therefore the fiscal note here assumes that there'll be continued minimal or no additional case filings or convictions for an offense under this bill. So it would seem that the bill itself, at least from the functional side and the amount of resources that need to be devoted to it, is never going to be charged to anybody, that this probably will not happen. And we've probably expended more state resources in this room today discussing it than will ever otherwise be applied to it. So I just would like to know if the sponsor feels that the fiscal note was incorrect or the assumptions were incorrect, and concerned that perhaps this could be much more expensive than the fiscal analysts believe, or if they are correct, and if passed, this bill will actually never be triggered by anything.
Any further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Those are some good points that, goodness gracious, give me a second. My colleague, I just want to make sure that I got all of his counties right. He's got a bunch of them. Let's just say my colleague who just spoke. Some interesting points that my colleague just brought up, and when we're talking about fiscal impact, and when we're talking about the various questions that he had addressed, kind of takes me back to a time that when I felt like if there was a quiz or a test coming up when I was in college, I was bound to fail, that I wanted to study a little bit, wanted to be able to make sure that I had all of my questions addressed, had everything answered, had an opportunity to be able to review the material and ensure that I was on the right page. After all, I wanted to be accurate. I wanted to be able to ensure that everything that I was doing was correct. So in that vein, as soon as he started speaking, I kind of had this flash, and I thought, boy, wouldn't it make a whole lot of sense to perhaps very quickly draft up an amendment that would have a legislative review and a little bit more of a study element to it. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I move 015 to 1144 ask to be properly displayed.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Please give us a moment to properly display the amendment.
I will indeed.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Page 4 after line 25. This amendment seeks to insert Division of Criminal Justice in the Department of Public Safety shall conduct a study about the effects of this section. Again, let's study it. As part of the study, Division shall collect data about the charges brought and convictions or violations pursuant to the section. Study, again, let's take a deeper look whether the section and charges, convictions thereunder impacted instances of violent crime, and document whether, in cases that included charges brought pursuant to the section, state laws that exist prior to enactment, was insufficient to connect the defendant of a crime. So again, let's slow down a little bit. I mean, we're talking about, again, this goes back to some comments that I'd made earlier. We're talking about technology that has advanced very rapidly. This technology has come along. I mean, we would not have been talking about this very recently. We would not have been talking about this. Again, I hearken back to, my recollection of 3D printing were these ugly little blobs that look like, my second grader made them in art class. Come a long way since then. So shouldn't we take our time to ensure that we are legislating if we're afraid of what is happening here, that we're legislating from a stance of knowledge and not feeling like we know where something is going? This is a short sunset legislative review. I would ask for a yes vote on this so it allows us time to say if we did not get this right, if we were a little bit rushed, worrying about what this technology might become, that we have the opportunity to at least review that and say, you know what, maybe we could take a second pass at this and maybe we can do just a little bit better. I mean, that's after all, I think what we're all here to try to accomplish is make sure that we're making policy that is exactly adherent to what we believe is the issue and what we believe is the problem. So if we take a little bit more time to ensure that we have that information, we take a little bit more time to say, you know what, perhaps we were a little rushed. This gives us the opportunity to then step back and say, let's review this and take another look and make sure that we're getting it right for the state of Colorado and for the body. Yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L015? Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for my colleague who brought the amendment. We would ask for a respectful no. We don't need a study. We know that this is a growing problem, and this is what the bill is trying to fix. It also sunsets the bill, which we obviously do not want to do. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for not making an appearance thus far. I had another meeting to attend, and my apologies to the bill sponsor for asking this question, which I suspect you've already answered, but if you wouldn't be so kind as to help me know, if this is a growing problem, where does that data come from, and what is the data?
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What my colleague here was saying that read in this amendment is it creates the opportunity to study, not that it creates the study, and that this is an ongoing problem. It's shown by the nonpartisan review of the fiscal note that has only been one person in the last years that have been charged with this. So that doesn't constitute a growing problem. It's still an illegal action. Like we said, some of these amendments that we're bringing up really just strengthen the argument that we are already taking this into consideration. It's already illegal, and people are already know that they shouldn't be doing this. So this amendment is actually a really good amendment. It's just a short, SMART Act study that is possible. Not that it creates one, but it's a good amendment. So I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L015? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, just to reiterate my question, if there is data related to this being a growing problem, I'd be grateful if that could be laid out here on the mic, and if not, via some sort of documentation, preferably in paper form, because I'm not a fan of electronic communication.
Any further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L015 is lost. Back to the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I stand in firm opposition to House Bill 26-1144, the prohibit three-dimensional printing of firearms and components. Anytime a title says prohibit, that is this body, the state government, coming to tell the people of Colorado what they cannot do. We are here to represent the voices of those who have elected us to serve them. That means representing their values, not dictating what their values are and what they cannot do. This bill has many issues with it. The first is the obvious one, our Second Amendment. Every time we do something that prohibits our access to our Second Amendment, that is chipping away at a fundamental right that we as Americans have. The second is our First Amendment. When we are not allowed to distribute or possess any kind of material of knowledge, the government is banning access. We have seen this historically when government comes in and says what its constituency can or cannot have in its possession when it comes to material objects or knowledge. And this has been discouraging, and we've seen it how it's happened in history before. The results were not positive. And I fear the results for this will not be positive either. We cannot tell the people of Colorado what they cannot have in material forms, that they can't have the knowledge should they want to, or if they want to be able to share it. This also takes away from the Fifth Amendment, for if someone sends by email or by mail package what it takes to 3D print a firearm or components of it, they are now held in liability without due process. How is that fair? They should have the ability to defend themselves and not have to impugn their dignity. We, the people, mean something, and it often is forgotten in this building. We, the people, shall not be infringed, and I stand in firm opposition to the strikes that this bill would take upon our constitutional rights.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues. I rise in opposition to House Bill 261144. My profession is in IT, information technology. And just looking at this bill, I see a lot of holes. The first one that I want to bring to your attention is very, very plain and simple. If we're making everybody aware in the state of Colorado that we're going to start banning CAD files, what do you think they will be doing from now until this bill passes? They will literally be downloading the files and storing them to use for future dates. That is not going to be made illegal. When this bill goes through, people can still drive to Wyoming, access a gas station Wi-Fi, and download the files there. When this bill goes through, people can still have access to things called VPN, virtual private networks, that can show that they do not live in the state of Colorado. There is no enforcement on this. This is a nothing bill, just strictly out of the fact that the whole state right now can get these files. If anybody knows anything, I don't know how old most of you are, but if you ever used Kazaa or LimeWire or Pirate Bay, Napster, these websites exist. The black market out there cannot be regulated or enforced. There will always be a way to get these files. They're available worldwide. It's not just in the state of Colorado. Internet distribution, in case you didn't know, is borderless. There is no border for internet. You think this will criminalize technical hobbyists without meaningfully reducing criminal behavior? That, to me, is a waste of time. There are actual problems in the state that we need to solve. And this is not one of them. Every single year, we have these posturing gun bills, Second Amendment attack bills, First Amendment attack bills that keep hitting the state. Colorado is done with these types of bills. There is nothing that's going to stop people from getting these files. They will be widely available everywhere you go. There's nothing that's going to stop people from 3D printing in their private homes. There's no secret police that will have a record of everybody that wants to build these things. And quite frankly, if you know anything about ghost guns and trying to put a couple rounds through them, they're going to melt. There's no sustainability for these plastic toys. So again, I believe we're wasting our time with this. Let's get back to fighting for the people of this state, for the real issues that they are facing. Affordability, and our roads are the worst in the union. With a flick of the pen, in 1 week, this body can pass law that will fix every single issue your constituents and mine, regardless of being Republicans or Democrats in the state of Colorado. We can do that together. 500 bills a year is a waste of time. This is a waste of time of a bill. Let's move to what actually is the problem in this state. I urge a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Members, I've appreciated this debate. We certainly have some more things that we want to say about this bill. I would like to talk about the penalty section. It has been hard to see us create more crimes in Colorado. Title 18 has a long list, a laundry list of criminal offenses. And the ability for a district attorney to charge someone with a crime and a very serious crime is endless. The reality is most offenses like this, they will use as plea bargaining chips and usually dismissed, which is probably why the fiscal note reflects that there's only one case that's similar to this that's a comparable. Because otherwise, there should be a lot more cases that exist. We should be seeing perhaps hundreds of equivalent cases in Colorado on the ghost guns, the 3D printed guns, where we've actually tracked this. But instead, the fiscal analyst said that there's only one comparable case, which is why there's not a fiscal note, because we don't plan on prosecuting very many people for this offense. It also shows that it's not as widespread of a problem as perhaps some would like to make us believe it is. On one hand, we either have a $1 billion budget problem, and we have a belief that we have Title 18 that has the ability for a DA to prosecute an individual for having a ghost gun, for having an unserialized barrel, for trading guns and not being an FFL, or we just want to have another law on the books that duplicates many of the same provisions that we have. Having this be a Class 5 felony when what we should be punishing is the actual use of that firearm, the inappropriate use, not they made something. An individual can make an innate object, but that in and of itself, we don't consider typically a crime. And this contemplates that. It contemplates someone creating a piece of art. You could call it a sculpture. It could, in the future, be potentially functional. We had that debate earlier. But maybe it's not at the time it was made. And maybe the intent of the person at the time they were using the 3D printer was never to have this be functional. However, someone else who acquires this, their intent is. And now all of a sudden we've crossed this weird line of, well, which intent applies? And this bill still has those higher level felonies at a Class 5. I believe this should not be at that level, which is why I move Amendment L024 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It's a proper motion. Please give us a moment to display it. Representative Sober, please tell us about L024.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, over the last few years, we have gone through all of our felonies and all of our misdemeanors here in Colorado, and we've actually redefined different classes. So we used to have 3 classes of misdemeanors, and when we did the misdemeanor reform bill recently, we changed it to 2 classes of misdemeanors. Class 1 misdemeanors are usually for crimes against the person. Class 2 misdemeanors are for crimes against things. Printing a 3D printed thing is not a crime against a person, it's a thing. We have other laws for when someone abuses that thing and it becomes a crime against a person, and that would be a far higher felony than even a Class 5 or a Class 6. But having this be a Class 1 misdemeanor means that now all of a sudden it disrupts all the reclassification of misdemeanors that we recently did. And this stands out as the only misdemeanor that's against a thing and not a person, and so moving this to a Class 2 would put it into the thing category, a crime against the thing. And the action is the making of a 3D printed gun. Same thing is true going from Class 5 to Class 6 felonies. When we redid our felony grids here recently, we did the same thing. So typically, a Class 6 felony is also going to be against things, not people. Which is why it's more appropriate that this be a Class 6 rather than a Class 5. Typically, we have more Class 5 felonies for crimes against persons. And with that, I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L024? Seeing none, members, the question is the adoption of L024. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L024 is lost. Back to the bill, Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, one of the mentors in my life was my grandfather, and I'll never forget this one piece of advice that he gave me. This piece of advice was, son, when you go out there, if you want to be a really good rancher, what you need to do is, he says, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You need to learn how to copy people. So you go and you find the best ranch with the most cattle, the most well-run ranch, and you copy everything they're doing, and then you try to make it a little better. That was the advice that he gave me. I'm going to use that same analogy of advice, because if you go and you copy somebody that has did something bad, then you're going to make it worse. So what I did using that advice was, we're not the first one that invented this wheel on these 3D printers. Hawaii thought they would try this law. Well, what was the results of this law that we are trying to copy in Colorado? Even after Hawaii made it a felony in 2020 to manufacture or possess parts intended to build unserialized firearms, state law enforcement has reported a significant increase in the number of ghost guns seen in crime scenes. Honolulu police documented a nearly 120 increase in ghost gun cases in 2024 compared with the same period in the previous year. This is what we're copying. They didn't prevent the bill, they exploded it. People have a human nature. If you tell me I can't do it, now I'm going to do it. Delaware tried this. Delaware tried this. You know what happened in September 23rd in Delaware? A Delaware judge ruled that citizens' Second Amendment rights are violated by a Delaware law that decriminalizes possession, manufacturing, distribution of unserialized firearms and unfinished fire components. Do we want to copy Delaware? They determined that what we're fixing to do here is illegal. HB 261144 is a dangerous government overreach that criminalizes ideas and digital information while doing nothing to actually stop crime. And that's why I'm strongly against it. It was said earlier on one of the previous amendments that we're lawmakers, and that's why we shouldn't have our agencies working on this. We need to do it because we're lawmakers. Well, I got the law book right here. I got Title 18 of 2025. And in it, this is what it says. This is the law. In my opinion, what we're doing is we're writing a law that is counter to the law. Right now, under Colorado Revised Statute Title 18-12-109, it's not illegal to possess digital instructions or share plans, files, PDFs, bombs, explosives, or destructive devices. The law only actually targets physical explosive devices, components, or parts, not ideas, not digital files, not knowledge by itself, even with intent, unless somebody is actually manufacturing or prohibiting them. Right here, here's the law. Lawmakers, we're lawmakers. House Bill 1144 is a flat out stupid and hypocritical if you ask me, because now we're going against We're going against the law. Us lawmakers are lawbreakers now. It would criminalize sharing digital instructions and files for 3D printing a firearm part, yet you can legally and have detailed digital blueprints, receipts, videos, or PDFs on how to actually make bombs, explosives, with the intent as long as you're not building the physical device. How many things is out there on the internet that is worse than a plastic gun that's going to melt down after 2 shots? This is arbitrary. It's not increasing safety. It's selective overreach. So now what we're doing, if we're going to do what's right here, we got to throw everything and make it against the law. We just can't pick and choose what's going to be illegal now. We got to quit giving the instructions and distributing the instructions of bombs. This is inconsistent, and it's a direct attack on free speech. We already have laws against manufacturing or possession of illegal firearms and enforcing them. My grandfather taught me a lesson. Copy what's good and don't do what's bad, because you'll end up in a worse position than you already are. And we've already seen that, and that's why I'm against this stupid bill.
Representative Kelty. And members, let's just keep it respectful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After following my colleague, I know keeping it respectful is what we do, and apparently that's his version of respect. But I want to read this bill. Part of the bill on page 3, starting at line, well, what was line 22, a person shall not offer to sell and shall not distribute by any means, including distribution over the internet, to a person in Colorado, so now you're putting law on someone outside the state, in Colorado who is not a federally licensed firearm manufacturer, digital instructions that may be used to program a 3-dimensional printer or a CNC milling machine to manufacture or produce a firearm or firearm component. I reiterate, digital instructions to create components, to create a firearm. This is just digital data. Where else could you find this digital data? All over the place. What's the most common place that most young adults find such data? Not just on the internet, but in video games. Many video games out there offer digital data to create a firearm, a like firearm that they have within the game, such as Fallout 4, Overreach, Destiny. There's a lot of games out there that allow this. So you're creating criminals because they possess digital media that they printed off of a game. I find that atrocious. We're creating criminals. This is not a bill to prevent criminals. This is a bill to create criminals. We heard many arguments today. And I know my colleagues on my side, we offered many common sense amendments. We offered an amendment to create clearer language to lessen the confusion, to be precise, because that's what the law should be. And you voted it down. We offered an amendment to ensure the constitutionality of the law. We offered an amendment saying we want to make sure this law is constitutional. And if it's not, it shouldn't be a law. What's wrong with the Constitution? Isn't that what we're supposed to be following? But yet you voted it down. You voted down constitutionality. We offered an amendment to let the people have the opportunity to petition, to express their First Amendment right, in the Constitution that was voted down, to exercise that First Amendment right, to say, hey, I want my voice heard. I don't like this. I want to make sure that the rest of the people in Colorado can have their voice as well, to petition. A petition is done in your First Amendment when you have a grievance. We wanted to allow them to be able to do that. And guess what happened? You voted it down. So not only do you not want to hear from the Republicans or my colleagues on my side today, you're saying that you don't want to listen to the rest of Colorado. And I find that egregious. We keep filing and we keep passing law in this state without the voice of the people, without allowing them, with a safety clause like this bill has, to actually say, hey, hold up, slow down, we want to be heard too. I can't believe just the short time that I've been in legislation that I've had to fight for our constitutional rights so much. Am I getting tired of it? I am. Am I going to stop? I will not. This bill is unconstitutional, and I'm asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley? Representative Luck?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just voluntold to come and speak. We'll see if I have my thoughts properly together for this
It was a
conversation.
bipartisan effort.
It was. It was. Always a good thing to see in this chamber, especially on a gun bill. So there you go. Well, with the amendments that were put forward this morning and my need to step out of the chamber for a bit, I'm not actually sure what this bill now says, except for the fact that there still is a prohibition on three-dimensional printing of the manufacturing of firearms or firearm components. So that I know. What all of the details are related to that and exceptions that have been given, I'm not sure. And I will just inform the public who I know is watching that if you want to know, probably shortly today or by Monday at the latest, there will be a pre-amended version on the website, leg.colorado.gov, where you can go and read what the new version looks like, which I appreciate. Thanks to the people who do that. What I will say is this whole statutory scheme that is proposed in this bill and that builds onto what has been passed in past years is something that, surprise, surprise, Mr. Chair, I object to. I know, crazy. I am of the mind that we should not be penalizing behaviors that don't cause harm themselves. And I'm not hearing any environmental arguments as to the problems to the world in creating 3D printed products using plastics or other materials. So that doesn't seem to be the focus here. The focus seems to be just the printing of something that could in the future be used to unlawfully harm someone. And to me, I don't see why we preclude the behavior of the potential for sometime in the future, maybe somebody using something that was printed to cause harm, as opposed to going after the harmful action itself. So, for instance, if this body wanted to say that using a 3D printed firearm to murder someone is even more egregious than using a non-3D printed firearm to murder someone. And so we decided to make that such a situation where the penalty is higher in that case. That's a different conversation. But the conversation before us today is, should we just outlaw the printing of any firearms? And I can imagine that for some, the thought is, well, most often, these things, if you're doing it this way, is probably only because you're trying to hide behavior, and that's probably only because you want to use it for nefarious purposes. That's not actually true. There could be a number of reasons why someone would want to print a 3D firearm. For instance, someone could be a competitive shooter and get into a car accident and end up with a disability that prevents them from utilizing the commonly made firearms. And they could go and maybe they have a friend who is particularly skilled at designing things and has a 3D printer, and they could custom design and print a firearm that could help them to continue in their competitive shooting sport. This bill would prohibit that. Now, one might argue, well, it doesn't wholly prohibit that. They could go and they could find a manufacturer who could do that for them, but probably at great cost and expense if they could get that manufacturer to even do that. Why would we preclude innovation in this space? Especially when these firearms can be used for non-harmful purposes. There are many reasons why people enjoy having firearms of varying types. And if they're not causing harm to others, if they're not unlawfully utilizing that firearm to harm another, why should we preclude them from innovating? Again, if the fear that drives these kinds of conversations is that someone may use a firearm to cause harm to other people, then further increase the punishment for the harm that is caused. But don't continue to infringe on people's ability to enjoy something they otherwise enjoy that has no harm to anyone because of that fear. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for helping me volunteer earlier. I'd like to thank the bill sponsors because I do believe you guys are listening, or bill sponsor, for listening to our amendments being brought forward and to listening to my side of the caucus talk to you about our feelings about this bill. And, you know, I was sitting back there listening to my caucus come forward, and I kept telling myself, this bill is not the worst. And what does that say? What does that say after 30 different anti-gun bills that have kind of been piecemealed together, that we've gotten to a point where we're like, well, it's not the worst that we've heard? And what does that tell the law-abiding citizens of Colorado? Well, it's not the worst. It's so frustrating that this isn't the worst one we've heard, but we still have to spend hours talking about it for our constituents that we represent 45% of the state. And they come out in droves every time, whether it's the worst or not the worst. And they spend hours of their time after they've worked hard jobs all day to talk to you guys about why this continues to usurp their rights. And I listened to the representative from Cortez talk about bombs. And so is the next step to ban crock pots and Instapots? I know that sounds stupid. Or Nerf guns. When I get shot with a Nerf gun by one of my 4 boys, I feel like they should be banned, honest to God. I feel like the next step should be ban Nerf guns because I'm going to lose an eye or one of my children is going to end up in trouble. So and I know that sounds stupid, but where does it end? Where do we end when there's no guns left in Colorado? Because that's just not going to happen. I mean, this bill, if you read the fiscal note, it says, the use of a 3D printer, Class 1 misdemeanor, is a comparable crime from fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to fiscal year 2024 to 2025. One white male has been sentenced and convicted for this offense. One. Therefore, the fiscal note assumes that there will continue to be minimal or no additional criminal case filings or convictions for this offense under the bill. One. We're arguing for hours about one. I'm trying to get schools safer so kids don't get shot in schools. This is a bill that we've argued for hours. One person has been convicted of this. And guess what? This bill is not going to stop criminals from printing 3D guns. And I think that's where my frustration and my caucus's frustration lies. If you were actually taking guns off the streets, maybe we could be in support, but you're not. You're just making law-abiding citizens jump through hoop after hoop after hoop and pay for more. Things like 3-day waiting periods. The experience that I just went through in my life, I can't imagine if I had to wait 3 days to protect myself or my family. You are not protecting and taking guns out of the people that deserve to have guns taken from them, the criminals doing the crimes in our state. You are making the law-abiding citizens pay the consequences of these bills for one person, so that more of us have to jump through more hoops to protect ourselves and our families. I don't understand it. There's a huge report from the jails with over 300,000 criminals. 90% said they did not get their gun from a firearms shop and did a background check. So do you think criminals are going to just let you in their door and say, come on in, I got a 3D printer, gig's up, come on in. I got an email on how to print a gun from my 3D printer. You got me, busted. It's not going to happen. And so we are tired of the piecemeal legislation. We are tired of having to come up to this well and beg you for our freedoms. As a mom, I am tired of having to ask you for permission to protect my family. And the women in my district are tired of begging you for equalization to protect their families. And the disabled community are tired, and the elderly community are tired. Listen to us. This bill is based off of one person. There are school shootings, there's domestic violence, there are people like me being stalked. We don't want to continue to jump through hoops to protect ourselves for our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. If this was going to work, I could get behind it. But all you're doing with bills like this is piecemealing legislation to make it easier for criminals to do the crimes in our crime-ridden state. Please, I'm begging you, stop, and please vote no on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1144? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of 1144 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No! The ayes clearly have it. 1144 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1133.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Duran and Valdez concerning an environmental education program that is conducted pursuant to the Traveling Animal Protection Act.
The House will take a 5-minute recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1133 and the Business and Labor Committee report.
To the committee report.
In committee, we ran 2 amendments to add a legislative declaration at the request of the stock shows to ensure that the zoo educational program remained exempted.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002. I move L002 to the committee report.
That is a proper motion. Please just give us a second to display the amendment. Representative Kelty, tell us about L002.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, L002 during committee, it came to a more of a language clarification. I wanted to add to the committee report on page 1, line 8, strike within or into and substitute within, into, or out of. So that way we understand clearly that animals coming, cattle and ranchers and all that coming within, into, and out of the state are exempt.
Is there any further discussion on L002? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Happy to take this amendment to give you clarification and support it. So members, I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L002? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L002 is passed. Back to the committee report. Representative Flafaflohai.
Hey, now, we're going to ask for a yes vote on this one.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report as amended is passed. To the bill, Representative Bababui.
Hey, now, we have us a great bill here. We are closing a loophole that allows beautiful animals that should not be used for riding on, for doing other recreational acts with. These are beautiful animals, elephants, all sorts of animals that we do not want to see used in acts. So we'd ask for an aye vote. We've made everybody happy on this bill, and it just goes to close a loophole that was found in a bill that myself and the Majority Leader ran some years ago, back in 2021. So we'd ask for an aye vote and protect those animals.
Hey now, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1133? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't voluntold that time, and I will be quick. I just want to put on the record that I am not in favor of this idea of creating expert classes that have to jump through particular associational hoops in order to do what otherwise they would be able to do. And so for that reason, I will be a no vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1133? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1133. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1133 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1051.
House Bill 1051 by Representatives Sukla and Stewart Kaye, also Senators Robertson Simpson, concerning continuing the microgrids for Community Resilience Grant Program.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1051.
To the bill. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is such an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Stewart.
So this bill is a continuation of a microgrid grant program, most specifically for Rico, Colorado. And I'm going to let my good colleague from Montezuma County talk about his district.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a ride serving with you.
It has been a riot serving with you, Representative Sue.
What this is about is there's a town, Rico, it's between the town of Dolores, Colorado, and Telluride. We all have heard of Telluride. The electric lines go into that, one way in, one way out. In between Rico and Telluride is a mountain pass called Lizard Head Mountain Pass, and it gets closed a lot if you have severe snowstorms, which we don't know what that is this year, but if it was normal, you would have that road closed several times. What this bill does is it allows for 4 hours of battery storage. I know you people that have XL would probably like to have this. But anyway, what this does is they figured that it takes an hour or two to get the trucks all the way from Cortez, Colorado to service. If they have a snowstorm or a tree that knocks it down, this will give the town 4 hours, and it'll give time for the utility company to get up there and get it fixed so the town's not out of power. And it's a very good bill. We would hope that you would pass it.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1051? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1051. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. 1051 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1051, 1133 is amended, and 1144 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Woodrow. Thank you. The motion has been made, but we do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Barone Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, House Bill 1144.
Representative Barone moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting House Bill 1144 to show that House Bill 1144 is amended lost.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Barone Amendment and ask to be properly displayed.
Thank you. To the Committee of the Whole report.
Oh, to the Committee of the Whole report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, again, I'm making this amendment just to reiterate the importance of how this is really not going to do what it's intended to do. It's just another layer of red tape, a layer of punishment for intent. It's just intent. It's already illegal to make a 3D gun that's unserialized, complete 3D gun that's unserialized. This is just punishing intent for components that are really not making the firearm. It doesn't, that component itself does not make the firearm. Now, if you put all the components together, that's illegal already. And you have to get it serialized. We offered amendments to be able to make it and then get it serialized through an FFA. So I just want to move this amendment and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barone. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the effort and ask for a no vote. As we stated before, we clarified intent in the committee with an amendment, and we believe that this is that the current bill as written is what we'd like to move forward for. So I would say of a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Barone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Brown, Sirota, and Taggart are excused. Clifford is excused. English, Garcia, Joseph, and Ricks are excused with a $5 fine. Thank you, Representative Clifford. No fine for Representative Clifford. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 35 no, and 10 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1144. Representative Woog.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment, L33, to House Bill 1144 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1144 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this simply deems that if any part of the law gets struck down, then the whole law dies. If any part of it is unconstitutional, then this law will die in its entirety. And I ask for a yes.
Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 37 no, and 10 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Brooks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Brooks moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following SOPR Amendment, L24, to House Bill 1144 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1144 is amended passed.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I move the Brooks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report as to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify any confusion, really, the SOPR Amendment as originally introduced. I found, I mean, look, I should tread very carefully here to say anything too good about judiciary, lest I find myself subbing in there or something one day. But I really do enjoy the deliberative nature of that committee, and I really thoroughly respect the folks that sit on that committee. And of course, my colleague is one of those that I thought brought a very good amendment. I asked to please have this reconsidered because there was really not a whole lot of conversation about it. And I believe that, bless you, I believe that that conversation is warranted, and would respectfully ask that, presuming that this goes the way that I think that it will, where after I'm done speaking, that the bill sponsors will come up and ask for a vote against it. I would just add, can we have a little conversation around it? Can I understand, help me get inside, as best as I'm comfortable doing so, the brain of my colleague from Delta and Mesa County. I want to just kind of reiterate some of his comments about this amendment. The Colorado had recently changed its misdemeanor categories, changed them from 3 classes down to 2, kind of compressed them down. Class 1 is the more severe of the misdemeanor categories for crimes, as you would imagine, by severity, those are crimes against the person. Class 2, typically for crimes against things and property. That's why it would be of a lesser severity. Same is true with the classes of felonies. Recently reclassified, Class 6, typically for property things crimes, Class 5, more against the crimes against a person. So what this amendment does is it asks to change the class of felony from more severe to less severe to fit with those classes of felonies. Printing, 3D printing, is not a crime against a person. 3D printing, what we're considering here, is a thing action. Again, not a crime against a person. And now, if that 3D printed gun were to be used by a person in a felony, of course, then that elevates this to the proper level of felony. But the actual printing of the gun itself should not be considered where it is in this current class of felony. As my good colleague mentioned in his presentation of this amendment, good colleague from Delta and Mesa County, that law is a process. Our job is to follow that law. I would ask for, again, respectfully, that if there is encouragement to turn this, what I read as a process of law amendment away, that there be some discussion about the reason why we're doing that. So then that way, at least we can all come away in a position of being more educated as we're all trying to do the right thing here as we consider a bill, we consider policy that is going to have very well some tremendous impact, not just to folks that have them, but then with the printing instructions and so on. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. I hope that we're able to at least get some discussion around it. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't disagree with the need for sentencing reform in the state of Colorado. I think, however, when we look at that at a one bill by one bill or one charge by one charge basis, what you end up with is not a better system of justice for folks in our state that somehow recognizes the need for comprehensive sentencing reform in the state of Colorado and crimes that are somehow matched with an appropriate punishment. What you get when you pick one crime out of hundreds, thousands of crimes, is inconsistencies in sentencing. And I'll use this amendment, however well-intended I believe that it is, as a good example. This would put current statute out of sync with what this bill contemplates, meaning that you could possess a ballistic knife, a short shotgun, etc., and be sentenced to a further penalty than perhaps our bill would contemplate. It creates discrepancies in sentencing. It does not solve for them. And so while I appreciate the intent here, and I certainly hope to see this same commitment to criminal justice reform and sentencing reform carried out in other policy spaces and in other conversations, this is not an accurate, nor is it, in my opinion, a responsible way to look at this reform. You know, we used to have a commission that looked at these things, and they were able to look at the whole picture and not part. And my encouragement to us is to pick up that work again, do that important work. Let's figure out where we're putting folks into jail unnecessarily and when we're involving folks with the criminal justice system unnecessarily. But this is not that. This creates a discrepancy where some crimes that are seemingly far less serious in statute would actually be punished in a way that is far more serious in terms of the impact of your life and your freedom. So we would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Brooks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 36 no, and 9 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Flannel Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1144.
Representative Flannel moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Flannel Amendment, L6 to House Bill 1144, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1144 is amended passed.
Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Flannel Amendment to the Committee of the Whole to, and I ask that it please properly be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This amendment allows CBI to investigate how many 3D guns have been used in a crime, because it's apparent that there seems to be an error in what we're hearing. Based on the fiscal note, which I will read, it says, from fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to fiscal year 2024 to 2025, one white male has been sentenced and convicted for the offense. Therefore, the fiscal note assumes that there will continue to be minimal or no additional criminal case filings or convictions for the offense under this bill. I think that we deserve to know what the truth is. If there is, in fact, one person that has committed this crime, and if that is the case, I don't see the reason for this bill. Or if there are a lot of crimes that have been committed with 3D printed firearms, then that raises the fiscal note on this bill. And I urge my colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would urge a no vote on this, as stated in the previous earlier debate, where we outlined several statistics and data that show that this is a problem around the country, and this bill is going to work to solve that. So we urge a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Flannel Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 35 no, and 9 excused, the amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 18 no, and 9 excused, the report is adopted. Members, any final announcements? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Colorado State Patrol has asked us to remember to pull all the way forward in our parking spots to make sure that emergency vehicles can navigate through the parking lot.
Thank you. Representative Carter?
Announcements?
Yes, announcements. Please proceed. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the end of Black History Month, and so for now, you will have your last Hidden Figures. Shout out to Denzel and Glory. Hidden Figures presented by the Black Caucus. 54th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry Regiment. The 54th Mass was a volunteer infantry regiment, was one of the first official African-American units in the U.S. Army during the Civil War, organized in 1863, led by Colonel Robert Gould Shaw. The regiment was made up of free black men from Massachusetts and other northern states who volunteered to fight for the Union and the abolition of slavery. Despite facing prejudice and skepticism, the soldiers trained rigorously and proved their courage, discipline, and skill in battling challenging, widespread stereotypes about black troops. The regiment became famous for its heroic assault on Fort Wagner in South Carolina in July 1863. Although the attack was costly and Colonel Shaw was killed, the bravery of the 54th inspired greater acceptance of African-American soldiers in the Union Army and led to the enlistment of nearly 180,000 black men during the war. The 54th Mass is remembered today as a symbol of courage, sacrifice, and the fight for equality. Thank you, and that was your last Hidden Figure.
Thank you, Representative Carter and members. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I am going to springboard off of history and remind everyone that history is often a treasure trove for us in solving modern problems. And in my hand, I think I have the book that solves our state's financial woes. Because in this book are over 125 stories about buried treasure in Colorado. And so if all of us could find these deposits of gold and silver, with gold being over $5,000 an ounce right now and silver over 85 roughly, we could definitely solve all of our financial woes. Anybody is interested in joining me and taking some trips out into our high country, let's talk. Otherwise, just remember you're loved and amazing, worthy and adored, and I can't wait to see you again on Monday.
Thank you, Representative Luck. Our Joint Budget Committee is not here today. You'll have to share the book with them for sure. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, March 2nd, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, March 2nd, 2026. And members, before we leave each other today, we have 75 days left of the 75th General Assembly. And while there may be enthusiasm for the calendar winding down, I do want to share just a moment to say it is truly an honor to serve with all of you. And in our final days this session, let's continue to work with each other with respect, dignity, and civility. We are doing so well. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess till later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.